All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is 5:30, so we're going to go ahead and call our meeting to order. Just want to welcome everybody and say congratulations on a long year, but a successful year. We're finishing up, had a lot of graduations, and I definitely want to say thank you to all of our staff from San Diego City Unified School District for all the hard work that you've been doing, as well as our community partners, our parents, our families, and most definitely our students. So we will go ahead and go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, and I get to choose someone. That's what it says. So who has not done it lately? Let me look around. Mr. Husky, have you led us in the pledge yet? Well, then you will have the honor. Mr. Husky. Thank you, Mr. Husky. Well done. All right, let's go ahead and move on to 1.3, approval of the agenda.
So moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion on the agenda? Any items to be pulled? All right, hearing seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 1.4, inspirational message, and that'll be brought to us this week by Miss Felicia Alexander.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Very excited about what's happened these past few weeks, and that's where I'd like to really focus on in terms of my words of inspiration with the graduations that we've all attended and all the goodness that's happened in our district. Recognizing that the numbers will change, but I'd like to share some metrics with everyone once we have our summer school graduations. However, excited to say we've had 2,642 students that have graduated within the City of San Bernardino School District. And then of that, we've had 18 valedictorians, 21 salutatorians, and then 23 students that received their AA degrees, 35 students that received their intersegmental general education transfer curriculum credits, which means that those 35 students can walk into a four-year institution as juniors in a four-year institution. So that's awesome. So, and that's excellent, worth congratulating. In addition to that, 517 Seal of Biliteracy students graduated. 1,704 students received their dual enrollment degrees, meaning that they attended both junior college as well as high school. 170 students received their adult ed graduates. We had 170 adult ed graduates. 98 international baccalaureate graduates. 394 AVID graduates. 604 merit diplomas. And most importantly, just the number of students that graduated with all that success is awesome, because remember, these are the students that when COVID hit were sent home as freshmen. So I commend all of them for their success, their parents, the faculty, the staff, everybody, because everybody was all in terms of just their level of success, because you can't do it by yourself. So I'd like to commend also the City of San Bernardino Unified School District for making hope happen. And just great, that's a lot of greatness. In addition to that, we had a lot of inspiring speeches during our graduations, and I would like to commend many of the students, the valedictorians, the salutatorians, just for their diversity of speech, what they commented on, how they connected with their colleagues, what they highlighted in terms of their accomplishment, definitely was inspirational. A lot to think about in terms of our future. We're in good hands. Also the faculty, the principals, and how they were highlighting the students and really encouraging them. I had an opportunity to attend quite a few, and what I could see was inspirational, just the way they were connecting with their students, and most importantly, the success that was highlighted. The board members that spoke, the superintendent, Ariano, and also the assistant superintendents. I actually attended Royal Valley, and Sandra was one of our speakers, and she did awesome. And then we were also supported by the county as well as city officials. I was also impressed with the fact that many of the students were attending community colleges, UCs, Cal State San Bernardino, my alumni, UC Santa Barbara, so go Gauchos, and then UC Riverside, Howard University, and many other universities within California and outside of California. So definitely inspirational and exciting to hear that students are moving on with their matriculation. So lastly, I'd like to just end with just words of inspiration for our students. Not only just the graduates, but just in life, we have to remember that we're not on a narrow path. We'll have peaks and valleys. While this one achievement has occurred in their life, just make sure that you stay prepared and vigilant and focused, because you don't know what tomorrow will hold, but one thing you can do is make sure that you stay focused, ensure that you have the resources. Remember, those that you relied on while in school are still a part of your village. So always go back to home. I believe that was shared. Don't ever forget home. Never forget where you come from. And then lastly, the one quote that's really got me through life, the thought impediment is the active impediment. So if you think you can't, you won't. And always remember that you can. So change that word into I can, I will, and everything is possible. So I am possible. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Alexander, and we definitely had a lot of good times at the graduations. I know all of us that were here, and just amazing job again by our staff and our community, our students and families. I just want to say thank you and congratulations as well. All right, we'll move on to 2.0, special presentations and recognitions. 2.1, preschool showcase. And do we have anybody introducing our team? Or do you want me? Okay. Dr. Rodriguez, thank you.
Sure. So we are so excited to provide this showcase that will hopefully give you an insight about what happens with our students who are birthed until they come into our schools. So with us today, we have our newly awarded Dr. Latasha Kelly.
Woo. All right.
We're very proud of her and her team who are going to be here today to tell you a little bit about our preschool programs, early childhood development, and then also give you a nice showcase so that you can actually see with your own eyes about the magic that happens in our schools. Thank you.
Good evening, Board and Cabinet. My name is Latasha Kelly, Director for the Child Development Program.
Good evening, all. I'm Nancy Carrillo, Program Specialist for the Child Development Program.
And we serve the youngest children in our district from birth to 5. And we're a state-funded program. And thanks to the board, we also are able to have a tuition-based program for our SBC USD staff who overqualifies for the state program.
So tonight, I am extremely excited to present to you our just a small glimpse of what goes on in our preschool classrooms and how we set the foundation for learning. We set the foundation for growth, and here it is. I hope you guys enjoy it. The San Bernardino City Unified School District Child Development Program offers a variety of educational programs for children birth to 5 years in both part-day and full-day programs. The SBC USD Child Development Program provides a safe, nurturing environment that promotes each child's physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and creative development, where they will grow and develop with their new friends and caring adults. The SBC USD Child Development Program is designed to create an atmosphere that ensures each child's continued success and interest in learning.
Welcome everybody. Welcome to Indian Springs. Welcome to our dual immersion program. So first thing we do is we buzz in and we wait in front of the camera so that we can see them. Esperamos aquí para que nos puedan abrir y nos puedan identificar quién somos. Síganme. Vámonos. Vámonos a la puerta de enfrente. Síganme los buenos, por favor. Come and follow me, please. We have a second bell. The rings, and they opened. So, síganme. Bienvenidos. ¿Qué número es este? En español. En español. 4. ¿Qué número es este? 2. ¿Qué número es este? Muy bien, más cerquitas. 8.
Qualified educators teach the SBC USD Child Development Programs. Teachers are credentialed through the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. 80% of the teaching staff hold either a doctorate, master, or bachelor's degree, and all are CPR certified. Support staff include instructional and recreational aides, allowing for small group settings and individual learning.
Hi, my name is Miss Georgina Rodriguez. I'm over here at Lancashire, and welcome to Lancashire Cribs. Hi, it's me, Gina, again. So I just wanted to share with you guys a little bit of my PBIS expectations and commitments. Our PBIS color coordinated. So the green is being respectful, the blue is being responsible, and the purple is being safe. Our crayons here so that they know if they are not being safe, then they might get their purple crayon addressed, and we just have to make sure you're being safe because we want to make sure we keep all of our crayons here. And when we come on over here to our PBIS board, we have the same thing about being respectful, being responsible, and being safe. And we go over our PBIS expectations and our social skills every day. We also wish everyone well who is not here today. So today we have a few friends who are not here. We wish our friends well. And when our friends come back, we have our friend Fanny greet our friends, and they say, when we are, you were gone and you were missed. Here's your welcome back kiss. But after COVID, we had to change it up a little bit. So you were gone and now you're back. Here's your welcome back pat. Also, we have our commitments. So here we have gentle hands, walking feet, and big voice and listening ears. And all of our friends have their own pictures that they get to do their commitments. But guess what? Everyone in the family is included, including our instructional aides.
Full-day services are available at the Allred Child Development Center and its satellite sites for working parents, parents attending school, or parents seeking employment. Our district elementary schools house all 3-hour part-day programs available for all families meeting the CDE income guidelines.
Hello, I would like to introduce you to our curriculum. And we use the Frog Street curriculum. This is a curriculum that we begin with our infants and we continue with our toddlers, and then we have our 3-year-old program, which is what I teach, and as well as our pre-K program. So let me just kind of introduce to you what Frog Street is about. First and foremost, it is about social emotional development. We start every day with what we call Brain Smart Starts. And so we bring kids together. We're building connection. We're building coping skills. We have breathing strategies. This is one of them. And so this is the pretzel. Instilling those into our children will help them throughout their entire life. And it helps our parents. It helps our teachers. When your children come to our program, they aren't just coming to play. Yes, children learn a ton through playing, and it is very important to their day, and it is a part of their day. But we also have curriculum. This is one of our themes. It's called On the Go. Frog Street curriculum is a continuum, and it builds on each other. So my 3-year-old curriculum builds on what was introduced to our toddlers. Our pre-K builds on the foundation that is set in the 3-year-old classroom and prepares them to move on to kindergarten. Children will learn numeration, they will learn patterns, they will learn beginning addition and subtraction. So we are teaching other concepts. We will also teach them. We are a very language-rich program, and so we have language cards They will always have language and vocabulary for the week, as well as we have a ton of stories. But one of the other things we teach our children is that they have a job, and part of their job is to help keep our classrooms safe. And by doing that, through Frog Street, we introduce throughout the year commitments. And so these are some of the commitments that they learn: how to use their listening ears, sharing, using walking feet, using their big voice. And that doesn't mean that they're yelling. It means using their big voice to communicate what they need, what they would like, instead of, just taking something from somebody, asking for a turn. It's teaching those social skills that these children will need to be successful throughout their entire education and life. Gentle hands and helping hands, and just how to help out, how to help a friend, help clean up the classroom. This is our lesson plan. So we do have lesson plans. And if you would like to see it more than just at a glance, we'd be happy to share it with you. Thank you and have a great day.
Buenos días, buenos días. Who came to school today? School today, school today. Who came to school today? All day long. Cyril came to school today, school today, school today. Cyril came to school today, all day long. Adam came to school today, school today, school today. Adam came to school today, all day long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One little finger, one little finger, one little finger, tap, tap, tap. Point your finger up, point your finger down, put it on your head. Right here, ready? One little finger, one little finger, one little finger, tap, tap, tap. Point your finger up, point your finger down, put it on your nose. Purple cat, here's purple cat. Green frog, what do you see? I see a purple cat. Purple cat, what do you see? I see a white dog.
So that is the Child Development Program, and you're welcome to come at any time to come visit. Any questions?
Ms. Rosales Medina?
Thank you for bringing this. Honestly, I've been on the board and I never knew that we had infants that young. So this is great to
Really?
see that we do
wow.
offer a wide range of support for many of our community here through our students. So thank you so much for sharing this.
Yes, of course. Anyone else?
Ms. Ceballos?
So also thank you so much for coming out. I actually have a ton of questions, but I'm not gonna make them all. So
Okay.
if I can maybe write them down and send
Sure.
them to. Yes, I think I would love that because my questions kind of revolve around, how many centers do you have?
Okay.
How many students do you have enrolled?
Sure.
I know that you said that you had two different programs. One's tuition based and then the other one's state funded. And so
Yes.
kind of getting more information on the differences. So
Yes.
yeah, if I can do that, that'd be wonderful.
Well, we do have 35 preschools
Okay.
and 5 infant toddler centers.
Okay, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, I'll
Okay.
reach out to get that scheduled. Thank
Okay,
you.
awesome.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Alexander?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Just one question. How young do you accept the kids again? The
Birth.
babies? At birth?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Grande?
Now, is this a part of the Carnegie Child Center that I hear so much about?
It isn't. However, I do oversee that, as well. So our parents can take advantage of the KITS program as well.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much for the presentation. In terms of the tuition base, are there any qualifications? I've had some people call me and ask, can they?
No,
Okay.
not for the tuition base. You
And
just have to work for SBCUSD.
You have to work for SBCSD.
Yes.
How about the umbrella organizations under the district? Are some of the charter schools that are approved by us, are their employees allowed to participate?
You know what? No, we just did San Bernardino City, and this is our first year, so there's some things we do feel we need to tweak and other things that we will keep the same.
And give me a ballpark of what the cost is for the tuition base.
For a part-time, goodness, $150?
A week?
No, a month.
Wow.
We try to make it as low as possible.
Really?
Yes.
I paid
for our
more than that
staff.
with my kids 30 years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank
Try
you very
to make
much.
it as low as
That's
possible.
good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Mr. Husky.
Hi, it was wonderful, and always excited to see the little ones. I taught kindergarten, and that's about as low as I can go, but it was so much fun to watch. Question is waiting list. What is the wait right now to get in? Do we have a waiting list? Is there a high demand? Do we have enough centers?
There
Do we need
is
anything
an
else?
eligibility list. However, you can get in. It's easy to get in. Just come down to our office and we will enroll.
And the eligibility is around income, or?
Yes, for the state program, it is around income. And I can get you those figures as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Husky. Dr. Rodriguez.
I just wanted to add something. Can you also provide the amount for the month for a full day?
For a full day infant toddler, I think we're at $260. But I'm going to give you guys that information as well. But $260 for the month.
And I just want to remind the board that this was the innovation that the board took when we had a parent come and said, I have a special needs child that goes to school for free and their twin cannot. And so from that, we were able to respond and provide that opportunity for the other child to be able to go to school. And we now then expanded it as a recruitment tool for HR to be able to recruit teachers and other staff that we could provide this service to the teachers and classified and administrators in our district.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. And Dr. Kelly, thank you very much for the presentation. To you and your team, wonderful job and
Have a
great
good
program.
evening.
All right. As Superintendent Ariano said, we're going to go to the other end of the spectrum now and call up our folks from Inland Career Education Center. Welcome.
So again, the second half, so we go cradle to career. And so we have today the wonderful team at the Inland Career Education Center that provides multiple opportunities for our most advanced learners. And so we're very proud of the work that we're doing to change the community through education. And so today with us, we have the principal, Raul Pedraza, that will be leading the presentation.
Wonderful. Good evening, Board President Dr. Scott Wyatt, Board Vice President Mr. Danny Tillman, Board members, Cabinet members, and Superintendent Arellano. My name is Raul Pedraza, and I'm the principal at Inland Career Education Center, the adult education branch of our district. So the vision of Inland Career Education Center is to ensure that we are empowering and inspiring individuals to contribute to the economic growth of our community, right? And how do we do this? We do this through our mission. And our mission is to provide a bridge to post-secondary education and to the workforce through the delivery of quality education and also through support services. And the way that we accomplish both our mission and our vision is by focusing on three major areas, one being our ESL program, our CTE program, and our academics program. When we talk about ESL program, that's inclusive of English as a second language programs, which are 5 levels. We have citizenship classes, and we also have a very important program, which is our community-based English tutoring program. and that's our CBEP program. Our CBEP program's focus is to provide English as a second language programs to individuals that aren't necessarily able to come to our main campus. So you would find us at multiple elementary, middle school, and high school sites throughout the district. With reference to career technical programs, we have our licensed vocational nursing program, certified nursing assistant program, barbering apprentice program, meat cutting program, and computer education program. And with all of our career technical education programs, our focus is to make sure that we are providing programs that lead to an industry recognized certification for our students to be able to go out into the workforce and actually get a living wage, right? So that's our focus in our programs. Here, lastly, one of our other programs is our academic program. Part of our success as a school is that even in our academic program, we have multiple pathways to get a high school diploma, or its equivalency, right? So our first part of our program is our traditional high school program, which is reflective of the programs found within the K-12 setting. We have our GED, our General Education Development Test Preparation program. And then for those individuals that are coming to us that want to pursue their high school diploma, that want to pursue their GED, but are not necessarily ready for the rigor of those courses, we do offer pre-GED and pre-high school classes to make sure that we are setting them up for success, that we are providing them the essential tools to succeed and to enter the next level. But again, our focus is to make sure that we are placing people exactly where they need to be on their path to their ultimate goal. And then a program that I'm going to mention here, and we're going to talk a little bit about it in a little bit, is our National External Program. And our National External Program, it leads to a high school diploma program, and I'll leave it there to provide some more information in the following slides. So one of our focuses this year was that we know that as an adult education system or program, we're uniquely positioned to impact our community and our district. And in order for us to broaden our impact, our focus for this year was to make sure that we were looking at increasing our enrollment and increasing our engagement, right? And in order to do so, we started engaging in strategic partnerships. Our strategic partnerships were twofold. One was to make sure that we were on an awareness campaign to let people know within our district what it is that Adult Ed does, and also informing our community-based organizations as to what we do and try to identify kind of common clients or people that we're servicing, right? So our internal partners have been our student services department, specifically our family engagement. We've collaborated with Dr. Gonzalez to, one, bring the awareness not only to her department and the people that support her, but also to bring the information to the different parents and families at the sites where they're being represented, right? The other program that we've partnered with is our student wellness service and student wellness and support services, and that's a current project that we're looking to launch in the fall. But Hazel Health is a telemedicine opportunity that our kiddos have currently in the K-12. We're looking to extend that opportunity to our adults, being that a lot of our adults are disengaged with reference to medical services. And one partnership that's very strategic and has been amazing, and I left off here, was our partnership with Dr. Kelly, which is our child development. So currently, we offer childcare services for 20 students. That's our current state. But because of engaging with Dr. Kelly and her program, this following year, we're going to be able to extend or expand from servicing 20 students to serving 60 students, right? So again, it's a wonderful opportunity because our students that are coming to our school need that service. But in addition to that, we know that the community that surrounds our school is in desperate need of that service as well. So we're very happy to partner with them as well. The last two internal partnerships have been Sierra High School, San Andres High School, and with both of these schools, one was to identify pathways as they're completing these schools. What are the CTE options within our district and at our site that they could pursue? And we're looking at creating official pathways from their medical programs to our medical programs. But in addition to that, we were looking to identify students that even if they're at the continuation school, that they're still having some struggles, and maybe the adult school is a better fit. So we're trying to create easier access to our school, especially since we're internal, and not putting any barriers to those particular students. With reference to our external partnerships, these have been extensive and again strategic. San Bernardino Valley College has been a great partner for the last couple of years, and our focus with San Bernardino Valley College has been that currently we have 2 counselors on our campus full-time 2 days a week, and they are transitioning our adult ed students to college. And in addition to the counseling services, we also host one, it's called Student Development 102, which is a UC CSU transferable course. It's a Valley course, but it's offered on our site. And again, we wanted to make sure that our students had as much of an experience with Valley prior to getting there, because we know that sometimes it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming to come to the adult school. We just imagine how much more overwhelming it would be to land at Valley and not know where you're going, who to connect with, right? We've become part of the School-Based Health Alliance. And again, being that we're serving adults and it's adults that are underserved, some of them are not connected to insurance, some of them have insurance, and for those that have it, don't really know how to navigate it. But through our partnership with the Health Alliance, we've connected with IEHP. IEHP is on our campus 8 hours a day, 1 time a week, and the focus is to connect those that don't have insurance with insurance, to educate those that have insurance how to navigate their insurance, and for those that don't qualify for insurance, they help them become aware of different health resources that are still available to them, right? The other health service that we're connected with is our Community Health Services, Inc. And again, in providing access to healthcare to minimize the burden of students going to school with us and maximizing their participation and engagement, Community Health Systems has actually allocated twice a month. They are providing us a mobile unit, which is a full service medical mobile unit that's accessible, 1, to our students, 2, to our district families, but 3, also to the community at large. So again, it's trying to bring in additional medical services and medical access to an area where it's kind of underserved, or if there is services around, they're too far away for people to go to. So that was our focus there. Lastly, we have our partnership with Operation New Hope. Operation New Hope is a community-based organization, and their main focus is to provide financial assistance to students that are looking to pursue career technical education programs. So again, in our school, we have licensed vocational nursing, which is great, but the reality is that it's $5,300 for that cost. And even though compared to other colleges that offer that, we're minimal, that amount of money is still a lot. So for the students that qualify, we are connecting them with Operation New Hope, and Operation New Hope is funding either all of their program or a partial part of their program for it to be accessible to them. And again, all of these partnerships, the goal is, again, bring more resources in for our students, because we know that our students have a lot of barriers to employment, barriers that might keep them away from school. And if we become a one-stop shop that's providing resources, that's providing opportunity, our hope is that they come to us, access those services, and they're gonna stay with us, persist, and that they bring other people, because they're gonna be informing them of the wonderful opportunities that we have internally to our school district. And again, obviously, when a student comes to us, we want to make sure that as soon as they go into each one of our classrooms, they are met with engaging teaching strategies, and no matter who they interact with on our campus, that they are receiving exceptional customer service at all times. So all of these efforts, what have they produced, right? We're very fortunate to share that this year we were able to service 4,245 students. And that's in comparison to our fall. In the fall, we were only at 2,300 students, and we've engaged in these strategies, engaged in these partnerships, and we were very fortunate to get to this number. But again, not only did the students come to us, we had 3,428 measurable gains, right? Measurable learning gains. That means that students were going into their classes when they were pre-tested and then post-tested. It shows that classroom instruction was being effective, and they were gaining and growing towards their ultimate goal of either receiving a high school diploma, a promotion from an ESL class, or ultimately a certificate in our CTE programs. So when we break it down by program, our academic program this year, these numbers were as of the date that we submitted our presentation, which have changed a little bit, but just these numbers: 125 students received a high school diploma, 48 passed their GED. When we're looking at ESL, 149 students finished the ESL program and promoted onto academic program, onto a CTE course, into employment, or actually transitioned all the way over to Valley and continued their education there. We've had the opportunity to also produce 80 new citizens for our area. And in our career technical education program, we had 21 students complete our licensed vocational nursing program, 38 certified nursing assistant program, 23 meat cutters, right? And then 18 barber apprentices. And when we share these numbers, we want to make sure that we express that these numbers are not just numbers to us. It is our hope that these numbers translate to change within our community, opportunities for our families within the district, and that hopefully we're changing trajectories of our families, right? Because again, as a district, I know that the majority of it is focused on our kiddos, which is great. But if we're here and if we're doing a great job, we're actually working on providing assistance on both ends. And that's how we see ourselves having that responsibility to make sure we're producing and that we're not only looking at numbers, but looking at the impact that we're having. So with that, one of the things, again, an additional thing that makes our school unique is that we have the unique opportunity to have schedules that are flexible, but beyond flexibility, we have multiple pathways for students to actually acquire either a high school diploma, a GED. And today we want to share a little bit about the National External Program, because this National External Program is a wonderful alternative pathway to a high school diploma. But I'm going to leave it there because I like talking, but we brought the expert in-house with us here today, and that's Ms. Rosa Leon Blanco.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Leon Blanco. I am the department teacher on special assignment, the academic support specialist, that's what they call me on campus. And I'm here to tell you about the National External Diploma Program. If you haven't heard of it, I'll give you a little bit of a background. This was created by the Department of Education in partnership with the GED creators back in 1945. So it goes back to, almost more than half a decade away. So what promoted the creation of the NADP was when our soldiers were coming back from war, and a lot of the students, or the ones who wanted to get their high school diploma, they already had life experiences. So the NADP was revamped by Ford in 1975, around 74, if I remember correctly. And this diploma is actually work-based, it's project-based, and it's geared for working adults. So it allows a student to get their high school diploma. It assesses them in a series of in-office checks. That's what they call them. It's not really a test, but they're in-office checks to see if the mastery of certain skills have been met. So as you can see on the side, they meet a lot of competencies or modules, as they're called. So there's a total of 10 modules or 10 competency sets that they have to demonstrate mastery. And along the way, they're actually showing mastery that they will show in the GED. So the GED is timed, it's very pressured. You see a little timer in the corner. So the students who have anxiety, test anxiety, or simply cannot be sitting down in a classroom to practice a GED, the NADP gives them the opportunity to get a high school diploma at their own pace. This program has been finished at ICEC as quick as 5 to 6 months, and I have students who are still working on it right now, 2 or 3 years into it. So the good thing about this program is if an adult student comes in and they have 0 credits, they could still continue on to get their high school diploma while they're working. We're very flexible. ICEC, we have a great administration that allows us to be, on campus in the mornings, in the evenings, afternoons and evenings. So we're very flexible when we meet with our students. But I could keep going on. As you could tell, I'm very passionate about this program. But we have a graduate from the NEDP program, and we have Veronica Rivera, and she graduated in 2021. So she actually 2020, right? Well, that's so true. And she actually got her diploma on the little drive-through graduation. So I would like to introduce you, Veronica.
I'm a little nervous. I never talk. My name is Veronica Rivera. When I started, I actually dropped out of high school when I was in 12th grade because I got pregnant. And, I was all about my kids going to school. I had 3 children. My daughter is a counselor at Norco College. She just transferred to RCC. My middle child is a nurse. She also graduated. She did her nursing program through RCC because it was a lot cheaper. And then I have a son that goes to RCC. So my husband, what made me start going back to school, my husband, we've been together for 32 years, and he got sick. And I thought, what would I do if something happened to him? Because he's always been the provider. I worked part-time jobs at Wells Fargo, the school district, but I still didn't have an education. So when I told my kids I was going back to school, they thought I was going to go to college. And I told them no, because I was all about pushing them for school. I went to the adult school in San Bernardino. I started off thinking I'm just going to go in there and get my GED. I passed 2 of the tests, and like she said, they are timed. I was getting anxiety. It was too quiet for me. I needed noise. And I was ready to give up. And then I spoke to Rosie, and she told me about this program. So I did it. It took me a year to finish it. And once I finished it, I thought, oh, I'm finally going to get to walk. Well, COVID hit, and I didn't get to walk. I had to go drive-through. So I continued going to school. I just finished out San Bernardino Valley College. I got my AA in child development. And then I got my AST in childhood education. And I got accepted to 3 schools. So out of the 3 schools, I did pick Cal State San Bernardino because I live in Loma Linda. So I will be continuing my education at Cal State San Bernardino. And during the time I was in school, I was interning. And as the childhood preschool, we're showing the pictures. I was in those pictures because I was doing my hours at Lancashire Elementary School. So that was really amazing. So I really enjoyed this program that they had because it was hard for me to go back to school after 26 years. It was really hard. But I did it, and hopefully I'll be working for San Bernardino School District. So that's my story.
You have someone who started teaching when they were, how old were you when you started teaching?
I too was a high school dropout. That's one of my stories too. And I did drop out to have babies, but it was during the Vietnam War. We didn't know any better. My counselor told me, he scolded me. He says, because all I want to do is have art classes and have fun. And he said, Marilyn, what are you going to be good for when you graduate? And I said, I don't have to be good for anything. I'm going to get married, So I went back to like you. Yeah.
Well, let me know if you have any questions regarding the NEDP. I know it's a pretty new program and coming back to the West Coast, but I'm an advocate for it. It allows our students to continue their education. It is a good program for anybody 18 and over. We encourage our adults to, join the NEDP. The reason is that it is work related, it work skills, it builds on the experiences of as an adult. But the number one thing, it accommodates a lot of the undiagnosed disabilities or undiagnosed so forth that we do not, we don't have ways to diagnose our adult ed students or students who are coming from different countries. So this program does allow students to retry modules. It allows them to work at their own pace. It is web-based, so we could, blow up screens. We could, use hearing, aids, whatever it's needed. So the NEDP program is a good program, and I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
We are open for questions.
All right, Mr. Pedraza, thank you very much to you and your team, and
Yes,
we'll go
sir.
ahead and start with Board Member Chahusky.
Yes, sir.
I love all of your programs. I just think the adult ed program that we offer at ICEC is just so inspiring, and there's just so many stories to tell. But I would like to see us actually, we've been talking about how we talk about all the things that are good in this district, and I would love for us to be able to tell and promote your story, Veronica, right? Because I just think that that's what we want. And when we talk about lifelong learners and never giving up, and there's always a possibility, I think you have embodied that so well. And so I'm hoping that maybe we could highlight her in some of our publications and stuff, and if it's okay with you, because I think it highlights what we do in the district in ICEC, and I just think your story is very inspiring, and thank you for being willing to share, and thank you for all that you do for our students, our adult students.
Definitely. Thank you, Mr. Husky.
Thank you, Mr. Husky. Ms. Ceballos?
Just really quickly too, I'm really excited. Oh my goodness. And I'm more than excited, really impressed as well, because I think that it is true. We have these amazing programs in the district, and we don't oftentimes, maybe promote them as well as we could or, should. And I think that there's a lot of missed opportunities. There's a lot of, people in our community who, as Mary Ellen or, Ms. Abeles Grande has mentioned, I was a dropout myself. So I ended up graduating from Job Corps. That's what was at the time accessible to me, and that's what I learned and knew about. So thanks to that, I also went on and was able to graduate and so forth. And so how many stories are there out there, and again, just missed opportunities. So I'm super excited, and hopefully, do you guys do year round?
In essence, yes. So we have summer school, right, which is for the month of June, and then we take a little respite in the month of July, and we start again the first week or second week of August. So essentially year round.
Okay, because the reason why I ask is, usually during the year, I'm a little more tied with my time, and I would also like to come and visit. So if you're operating during the summer, I would love to come by.
Definitely. One of the all of our programs are wonderful, but one of the ones that is truly year round is our licensed vocational nursing program, and that's an amazing program to visit because of the clinical sites that our students have access to. There's a lot of them, but the one that we're really proud of and that we foster as much as possible is access for our LVN students to be practicing at Loma Linda VA. So definitely, if we could arrange something, we would want to show that to you, see what our students are doing there. Again, they're learning, but they're also serving their community and serving our veterans.
Absolutely. And so contact you to schedule that visit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you, Ms. Ceballos. And again, thank you for a wonderful presentation, and always nice to hear a great story. So thank you again.
Guys. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we'll move on to 2.3, Resolution in Recognition of Juneteenth National Independence Day, and that will be read by Ms. Rosales Medina.
I'm extremely honored to be reading this, and I've always said if no one is free, we have to make sure that we recognize this day as a Freedom Day, because that's when everyone became free. And so let me go ahead and start reading. Whereas Juneteenth, also known as Juneteenth Independence Day, Emancipation Day, Emancipation Celebration, and Freedom Day, is the oldest African American holiday observance in the United States. And whereas on January the 1st, 1863, President Lincoln issued the celebrated Emancipation Proclamation, and whereas January 31 of 1865, Congress passed the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which abolished slavery throughout the United States and its territories. And whereas Juneteenth, or June 19, 1865, is considered the date when the last enslaved in America was freed, and I'd like to make that correction, almost 2.5 years after President Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, and whereas on June 17, 2021, President Biden signed the Juneteenth National Independence Day Act into law. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of San Bernardino City Unified School District hereby recognize annually June 19th as Juneteenth National Independence Day, and urges people to join in celebrating Juneteenth as a day to honor and reflect on the significant role that African Americans have played in the history of the United States, and how they have enriched society through their steadfast commitment to promoting freedom, brotherhood, unity, and equality.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and probably second. Any discussion? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 3.0, public comments. 3.1, receive public comments. This is the only time the public will have an opportunity to address the board on items that are not on the agenda or within the board's subject matter jurisdiction, such as district policies, procedures, programs, services, or fiscal matters. Public comments are limited to 5 minutes per person. 6 or more people who wish to speak on one topic will be provided no more than 30 minutes total. Speakers are cautioned that under California law, no person is immune from liability for making intentionally false or defamatory comments regarding any person simply because these comments are made at a public meeting. Our first public speaker today will be Mr. Gil Navarro. Welcome, Mr. Navarro.
Thank you, Board President. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Marciano Ariano. Congratulations coming back to San Bernardino. My name is Gil Navarro. I've been an advocate for over 30 years, very proud of it. And I've made a commitment to represent students, all students with or without a disability. But tonight, I'm saddened to share with you a young man that I feel has been discriminated against his disability. A kindergarten has been suspended for 10 days, which is outrageous. And the commitment I'm making to this district by quoting a famous Mexican revolutionary from Mexico, Emiliano Zapata. It's better to die on your feet than live a lifetime on your knees. And that's my commitment in representing students with or without disabilities. Now, I've given each of you some documents with your name on it. And what I'm citing, first of all, is the Education Code 56339 that's been implemented by the California legislature, where a pupil whose educational performance is adversely affected by a suspected or diagnosed attention deficit hyperactivity and has a need for special ed or related services will qualify under a mental health provision. Now also, this is the issue that you have to really pay attention to, that it is the intent of the legislature that local educational agencies promote coordination between special education and regular education programs to ensure that all pupils having attention deficit hyperactivity disorder are coordinated with the manifestations and adaptations that can be implemented in the regular education programs to address the instructional needs of the pupils having this disorder. And this is where it's gone wrong at Urbita. Okay, and I'm sorry to say this, but either there's a lack of education for the principal or incompetency. I'm not sure which one. Because when you observe this young man, his ADHD is so obvious where he can't sit still, he's moving all the time, and when you're grabbing him by the neck and by the arm to stop him, yes, he responds, trying to kick you or swing at you. And there's that ed code for attempted physical injury. They can suspend you for 5 days, which they did for the whole school year, 10 days. It's very obvious this young man needs a behavior intervention plan, which I requested now in writing. So now we got attention, now they're doing something. But why did it have to wait for me? Why aren't these people trained? This is where I've been saying for a while, your special ed department is broken. It's broken. So it's up to this board to fix the problem if you care about your kids with disabilities. And I'm dealing with some other students with disabilities, and it's very obvious to me that these case carriers, these special ed teachers, are not trained properly. So why not? If you're aware of it, why not do something about it? It's time we fix the problem. Why do we have to wait for more kindergarten kids or others to be disciplined against their disability instead of giving positive support on the manifestations to help them be successful? That's what your job is, as far as I'm concerned. So I'm asking you to do your job. Fix the problem. Fix the broken system in your special ed department. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navarro. All righty, our next public speaker is Armani Graham. Welcome.
Good evening. How's it going, you guys? My name is Armani Graham, and I'm here because I need your guys' help with funding a program called Pathfinders. Currently, we work for CAPS at Del Valero Leadership and STEM Academy on the east side of San Bernardino. So a little bit about this program. I want to break it down. So there's 4 pathway for students, and we would love to have this program at a high school in San Bernardino. So the first pathway for kids to pick from is pathway number 1, which is FAFSA's SAT, ACT, a 4-year college track. Pathway number 2 is the community college track. Pathway number 3 is the vocational trade, Job Corps, or military in case students would like to serve our country. And path number 4 is job placement after high school. So the goal of Pathfinders is to create clarity for students. So by the time they're seniors at a high school, they know, okay, I'm doing pathway number 1, 2, 3, and 4. So then we know how to service them individually. Now I kind of want to break down my academic calendar for the whole school year if this program were to get funded. So the program goes from August to June. The first month of August is emotional intelligence and leadership development. So I'll give you guys an example of what I would do if I had this program funded. So my dad taught me something. He did an activity when we were kids called Step to the Line. And I do it with my kids at CAPS. Step to the line if you live with your mom and dad. Step to the line if you come from a single parent home. So it starts off slow and then it picks up. Step to the line if you haven't had food to eat. Step to the line if you heard gunshots. And then the kids get to step to the line and they get to see, oh man, we do have a lot in common. So that's just an example of what I would do with the leadership development for the month of August. For the month of September is SAT, ACT prep and registration. So to get them signed up so they can attend a 4-year college. For the month of October and November, that's college application month. So applying to all the different 4 years, Cal States, UCs, historical black colleges, and any colleges they pick to choose from. For the month of December to January, job review training and 1 field trip. Because if you're going to get a job, hey, what do I do? How do I talk? What do I say when I go on the job interview? These are skills that these high schoolers need. For the month of February, career assessments. So I have a career assessment program that says, hey, I want to be a clinical psychologist. Okay, how do I get there? First off, you need a bachelor's degree, right? And then you need a master's in marriage and family therapy. And then the website breaks down how much they would make. So we get to go through and dissect all that with the students so they have a clear path of where they want to go and what they want to do. March is a business certificate program. So that basically is a program where the kids can get trained on what to do in the workplace, how to act. So when they go for that first odd job, McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, whatever it is, they have this training and that puts them ahead of the next person applying. Then we got the month of April, food handler's license. So the kids will get food handler's license. So if they choose to work that fast food job. For the month of May, vocational, Job Corps, job placement, or the military. So that's what that month will be dedicated to. And then June 12th is a strength-based assessment month. So I don't know if you guys have heard of the Clifton Strength-Based Assessment. It's assessment that Fortune 500 companies use to find the right person. So it tells you your strengths. And if you can identify a student's strengths, then you know how to talk to them. You know, you can figure out what they're passionate about. And most importantly, you can help them understand each other. Now, I want to talk about CAPS a little bit. So when we took over, the grades were horrible. D's, 1 minute left? All right, cool. D's and F's. So I want to give you guys some numbers. 6th grade row, my 6th graders, grades are up 93%. 7th grade, the grades are up 52.94%. In 8th grade, the grades are up 35%. A little bit of how the program works. The students will be called out of class to the college center and we'll work with them, but also we'll be in their common classes like math and English. And what I've learned is the teachers need the help, so they don't mind us coming in and doing that. And that's that. But now I want to speak from the heart. Your purpose is what makes you angry. I was told your purpose is what makes you mad. As a kid growing up in my neighborhood, me and Josh were the only ones with dads. So I would bring, I've never told you this, I would bring BJ to my house because I know he didn't have a dad, but I knew he needed that love. So I would say, hey, come to my house, bro, so you can spend time and you can be with my dad. So it's always made me angry when I see kids in the Dino who don't have dads. So far beyond this program, our presence is enough to change these kids. Us being on a high school campus, and I can look you in the face every day and tell you you're going to be a good man. You're going to be a good dad. You're going to be a good husband. And that's the goal of this program. The services are cool. That's all good, but it's our presence being there every day. And I noticed in CAPS, my 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, their grades completely changed just from our presence being there. Their grades are up. And last thing I want to touch base on, because it's a strategy I use with students. I had a student named Cayman. Cayman, what makes you mad? Losing. I see you're a coach, Cayman, because coaches don't like to lose. My student Jaden, what makes you mad? Animal abuse. I say you're a veterinarian. Go help animals. Matthew, what makes you mad? Terrorism. I said go fight for our country, Matt. So that's all. You guys have the packets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, our next public comment speaker is Brenda Freshwater. Welcome.
Hello. Who would have thought that we'd be the first school district to host a Pride event? My name is Brenda Freshwater, and I'm a program specialist with Student Wellness and Support Services. Last month, I was here to thank you for supporting our first ever Pride event, and today I'm here to thank you again and also tell you that the event exceeded our expectations. When the representative from Governor's office asks you about the date of the next event because she wants to make sure the governor can attend, you know you've done something right. The success of the event sprang from true collaborative work among our district departments. We couldn't have done it without each other, so tonight I'm here to thank everyone for their contribution. I'd like to start by thanking Colleen Williams, the Director of Student Wellness and Support Services. She asked the Climate and Culture team to plan an event to support LGBTQIA+ students, staff, and their allies, then gave us the space to talk with the advisors of the GSA clubs and their students to find out what type of event they wanted. She trusted us to create the vision and then remove barriers along the way. Thank you to Mr. Ariano, stepping in as a new superintendent to trust our team and our district support system to deliver on our promise to students. We also want to thank Dr. Rodriguez for making this event a priority. The event would not have been possible without the support of SBCUSD GSA club advisors at some of our middle and high schools. We're so grateful for their time, vision, guidance, expertise, connection to community partners, and the list goes on. They shared their experience and expertise with generosity, and we are deeply grateful for them. A big shout out to our communications department. They helped us get ready for the event by designing the graphics, branding the event, advertising at all schools and on social media, even helping us to design and order backdrops. The expertise that they shared with us with such generosity caused us to think about details that made all the difference. Thank you to Maria Garcia and David Chavez for being there on the big day taking photos and video. We also want to thank the Office of Safety and Emergency Management, District Police and their sergeant, police officers, and campus security officers. They all worked together to make sure the event was safe and welcoming for everyone. They were greeting students, families, and district staff with smiles and hellos while making sure they were safe all day. And May 20th was a busy day at Indian Springs. There were 3 events there, and you would never have known. Which brings me to Principal Bikendova. Thank you to Principal Bikendova for opening the high school to all these events, which benefit all students in SBCUSD. Another big shout out to the maintenance and operations team for all the behind the scenes work that made the day a success. They were there at 6 a.m. setting up more than 30 booths and tables for the community partners. They set up the music stage, placed signage all around, and custodial staff were there throughout the day to keep everything clean and beautiful. The maintenance team came back at the end of the day to pack everything up. Let me tell you, they do not mess around. That team knows what they're doing. Last but not least, we want to thank the Teen Music Workshop. Their talent and passion created an atmosphere of celebration Their remarkable performance entertained and uplifted the audience, and there were so many people that just had to sing and dance with them. Again, we thank you for your support and encouragement. The impact is having a positive ripple effect across our SBC USD community, and we hope to see everyone at our second Pride event next year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next public speaker and comment will be Samantha Stackelhouse. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Hope everyone is well. My name is Samantha Stackelhouse from the California Charter Schools Association. I'm the Associate Director of Advocacy for the Inland Empire, and I represent, our organization represents over 1,200 charter schools in the state of California. That's hundreds of thousands of students. And I just wanted to come tonight and give you all a few updates that's going to be impacting this board in terms of charter legislation that's been recently going on. So during the May 18th State Board of Education meeting, they made clear that verified data is not a requirement for renewing charter schools in the default renewal middle track. They also approved flexibility on participation rates for verified data. This is great news for our students in schools who are working diligently to recover from the impacts of the pandemic. Also on the legislative front, the CCSA-sponsored Senate Bill 739 has passed with a 28-0 vote. We're hopeful that this bill might be included in the trailer bill so as to expedite the process for schools up for renewal this coming 23-24 school year. So if this bill is to be passed, that would mean that all charter schools in the state of California would get an additional 1 year of renewal relief. That would mean that you don't see a renewal for another year. I guess that's kind of a blessing because it's an extensive process. We're hopeful that that happens, though, because then that gives our charter schools enough time to gather data to provide to you at least minimum of 3 years of verified data that they can then go through post-pandemic. Also, just personally, I wanted to say thank you all for your continued support of your 12 charter schools and all schools in San Bernardino City. We've been attending graduation ceremonies around the area, and it's probably one of the best parts of our job. This is our favorite month out of the year because we see all of our hard work pay off, the district's hard work, the teachers, the educators. I myself was a substitute teacher for a charter school up until last year. I taught high school, and I got to go and attend a charter school graduation for the students that I taught and see them get their diplomas, see them get to go to college or to trade school, some that are going to my alma maters, UCSB or UCR, and it resonates and it reminds us why we're here and why we started this work in the first place. So thank you again all for your continued support. If you have any questions around renewal or things that are happening in the legislature with charter politics or anything like that, please feel free to reach out to me, and I hope you have a great rest of your night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next public speaker and comments will be by Ms. Mayra Diaz. Welcome. We need an interpreter, please. Thank you.
Mi nombre es Mayra Díaz.
My name is Mayra Diaz.
Estoy aquí por el problema de mi niño en la escuela.
I'm here because of the problem with my child at the school.
Mi niño tiene ahora 6 años, acaba de cumplir la semana pasada, pero él empezó en la escuela a los 5 años de edad.
My son is now 6 years old. He just turned 6 last week, but he started school at 5 years old.
Él empezó bien, fue entusiasmado, contento porque iba a empezar la escuela, era su primera vez en la escuela.
He started off well. He was good. He was happy. He started really happy at school. He was excited to be at school.
Siempre estuvo en la casa, nunca salíamos porque no tenemos familia aquí en la casa, era su primera vez conviviendo con muchos niños.
He was always home. We didn't go out because we don't have family, so we always stayed home. It was his first time being around other children.
Él empezó a ir bien, en la escuela iba bien, no daba problemas al principio.
He started off well at school. He was fine. He didn't have any problems at the beginning.
Como a los 15 días, más o menos, no recuerdo muy bien la fecha,
At 15 days, I'm not too sure of the date really right now.
empezaron a quejarse que el niño había golpeado a otro compañero de escuela.
They started to complain that my little boy hit another student at school.
El problema fue que el niño le rayó un dibujo que él tenía y él reaccionó mal.
The problem was that the little boy wrote all over a drawing that he had, and so the reaction was bad.
Entonces me llamaron que el niño iba a tener como 3, 4 días en casa.
So they called me and said that my son would have about 3 or 4 days at home.
Regresó el niño bien, estaba yendo bien, estaba contento porque iba de nuevo a la escuela.
And the little boy came back fine. He was happy because he was going to come back to school.
Todo iba muy bien hasta que otra vez hubo problemas otra vez de que él se salía de la escuela.
Everything was well, it was going good until then we had issues that he was getting out of school.
Él estaba en el salón y él como a mediodía, él ya no soportaba estar en la escuela.
He was in the classroom, and about midday, he wouldn't stand being in school.
Entonces yo le decía en la casa, mi niño, ¿qué pasa? ¿Por qué no quiere estar en la escuela? Es mucho tiempo, hay mucho ruido.
And so I would ask him, son, what's the matter? Why don't you want to be in school? It's too much time. It's too noisy.
Entonces yo hablé con la primera directora, no recuerdo su nombre, pero estaba otra directora antes de la que está ahora en Urbita.
And I spoke to the first principal. I don't remember her name, but it was another principal from the one that's here now.
Entonces ella me recomendó que le iba a reducir las horas a mi niño, que en vez de empezar, él iba a empezar 8:50 a 11:30.
So she recommended that she would reduce the hours to my son, so he would start from 8:50 to 11:30,
Cuando el horario es de 8:50 a 3:30.
when the time is from 8:50 to 3:30.
Entonces yo le dije que sí, que estaba de acuerdo.
So I said, yes, I agree.
Entonces el niño empezó a ir a ese horario y bajaron los problemas en la escuela.
And so he started going at that time, and then the problems did start to go down.
Así estuvo como por 2 meses bien, sin ningún problema.
So that went on for about 2 months with no issues.
Cuando otra vez hubo otro problema con otro compañero de salón.
When once again there was another problem with another student in the classroom.
El problema le dije que qué pasó y le dijo que le había quitado un dibujo y que se lo había rayado.
And I asked him what was the problem. He said he took away a drawing and he had written all over it.
Entonces me dijeron que el niño le había pegado, creo, en la cara al otro compañero.
And they said that my son had hit the other child in the face.
Y lo volvieron a quitarle, creo, no recuerdo bien si 3 días sin recreo.
And they took away 3 days of recess. I can't remember exactly.
Entonces así siguió yendo a la escuela sin ningún problema y otra vez volvió a tener problemas en la escuela.
So he kept going to school with no issues, and then once again he had another issue.
Se salía del salón, se echaba a correr y no lo podían atrapar porque él corría toda la escuela.
He would get out of the classroom, he would start running away, and they couldn't catch him because he would run throughout the whole school.
Entonces me dijeron que tenía que llevarlo a un psicólogo, que no podía seguir el niño así, que tenían que mirarlo.
So they said I had to take him to a psychologist, and that my child couldn't continue this way, and that we needed to take him.
Entonces ellos me recomendaron de un trabajador de IHP que fuera allá a la escuela.
And so they recommended me a worker from IHP to go up to the school.
Esa persona me ayudó a encontrar un psicólogo y le empezó a dar terapia.
And that person was able to help me find a psychologist, and then they started providing therapy for him.
En noviembre el psicólogo lo diagnosticó con hiperactividad.
And in November, the psychologist did diagnose him with hyperactivity.
Entonces yo le llevé los papeles a la directora y pues ya observó y dijo que eso cambiaba todo.
And so I took the paperwork to the principal and she reviewed them and she did say that that changed everything
que le iban a dar más apoyo ahí en la escuela.
and that they would provide more support there in the school.
Pero los problemas siguieron, se quejaban de que el niño se volvía a salir del salón, de que le pegaba a otro compañero o de que se enojaba.
But the problems did continue. They would complain that my son would get out of the classroom, that he would hit other children, and that he was just doing those things.
Lo llevaban a veces a la dirección porque no quería estar en el salón, entonces lo llevaban a la dirección y ahí lo tenían el resto de las horas hasta que él salía.
And so they would take him up to the front office. He didn't want to be in the classroom, so they'd take him up to the front office, and that's where he would be for the rest of the day.
De hecho, el niño tomaba de primero desayuno en la escuela y lo dejó de tomar porque era problemas con el desayuno.
And as a matter of fact, he would eat breakfast at the beginning, but then he stopped eating breakfast there because it became a problem.
Porque el niño tiene problemas con las texturas, con las cosas calientes.
Because my son has problems with textures, with things that are warm, hot.
Entonces me recomendaron que le diera desayuno en la casa y que le echara lonche todos los días a la escuela.
And so they recommended that I did give him breakfast at home and then pack lunch for him daily to go to school.
Que ellos de todo modo le iban a agarrar su lonche de la escuela, pero que yo aparte le echara lonche.
That they would also provide lunch for him at school, but then for me to also provide lunch for him.
Entonces él, siempre que yo iba a la oficina, el niño siempre estaba ahí desayunando su lonche que yo le echaba o lo que le daban en la escuela.
So every time that I'd go to the office, he'd be eating the lunch that I'd provide for him or whatever the school would provide for him.
Sí, porque el niño ya no agarraba el lonche en la cafetería, lo que hacían era traerle su charola de comida a la dirección.
And so he would, because my son wouldn't go and grab it from the cafeteria, they would bring the tray and bring it to the front office.
Entonces, si seguimos con eso de que el niño, como a las 11 agarraban su comida, el niño se lo llevaban al salón y ahí desayunaba todos los días su lonche.
So that's how we continued. At 11 a.m., they would go and pick up his lunch, and then they would take it to the classroom, and then that's where he would eat his lunch.
Pero a veces no lo tomaba porque se frustraba el niño, decía que él no quería estar en la dirección.
And sometimes he would get frustrated and he wouldn't eat it because he would get frustrated. And so they would take him to the front office.
Entonces, sí, así siguieron con ese plan. De todos modos me dijeron, pues a veces me llamaban y me decían, lléveselo temprano porque ya no puede estar el niño aquí.
And we continue with that plan, but sometimes they would call me, okay, come take him out early because he can't be here any longer.
Y pues el niño pues entra a 8:50 y a veces me hablaban a las 9:30 o 10 que ya lo tenía que ir a recoger.
And well, my son goes in at 8:50, and sometimes they would call me at 9:30 or 10, and I'd have to go pick him up.
Entonces así seguimos, tuvo después otros problemas y lo volvieron a suspender como por 3 días.
And so we continued, then he had other problems, and then they suspended him for about 3 days.
Y después de eso tuvo otro problema. El último problema fue que le pegó, creo, a la directora en la cara. Nunca me explicaron cómo fue el problema de que le haya pegado en la cara. No me lo explico. Si el niño no puede alcanzar a la directora, no sé si ella estaba agachada.
So then we had a problem, and the last problem was that he hit the principal in the face. They didn't explain to me exactly how. I don't understand it really well because he can't reach her face unless she was kneeling down. I don't understand it.
Y le pegó otro personal de ahí de la dirección que la trató de rasguñar en el brazo.
And that he hit another staff from the front office, and that he tried to scratch her on her arm.
Y por eso le dieron 5 días de suspensión.
And that's why they suspended him for 5 days.
Cualquier problema de suspensión o cualquier día temprano o cualquier día de quitarle el lonche, tenía que firmarlo yo.
And any day of suspension, any early day, or any lunchtime, then I'd have to sign it.
Entonces, pues mi niño ha tenido 10 días de suspensión durante todo el año.
So my son has been suspended 10 days during the whole school year.
Y ha tenido como 6 días de no recreo.
And he's had 6 days of no recess.
Y varios días de que tengo que ir a recogerlo temprano.
And many days in where I have to go pick him up early.
Antes de esa última vez, me dijeron que tenía que ir a recogerlo temprano. En el papel le pusieron que el niño había golpeado a otro niño. No le dieron tiempo de defenderse a él. Cuando salimos de la dirección, yo le pregunté.
So there was another time where I had to pick him up early because he had hit, or they said he had hit another kid. They didn't give him time to defend himself, and I had to go pick him up. I follow the board's rules. Thank you. I have an audience member saying they get double the time, which
They actually stopped the time when she was talking.
Yes.
When she was speaking, the time was stopped. And she did in essence, Gil, because whenever the parent was speaking, the clock wasn't moving. The only time the clock was moving was when the interpreter was speaking. Thank you.
We do have a question by Board Member Ceballos.
Well, more than a question, I hope that we are doing something to, address the situation because, and again, this hits right at home for me, right? He's a kindergartner, for God's sake, right? So what is it that we're not doing correctly? Or what is it that is not helping the student that we need to change and adjust? We need to stop being punitive. We need to stop being punitive. And so I'm not entirely sure. I don't have the details of what's happening, but I really hope that I don't hear this come back, that we are actually doing things. If he needs to be further evaluated, if a BIP needs to be set in place, if he needs to have a one-on-one for the time being, early intervention, if the school site needs to have additional training, if the teacher in the classroom needs additional support because it's a tough, I'm sure it's a tough situation, and maybe the teacher in the classroom is, also needing additional support, then all of those things we need to make sure that we are addressing those. And I would also like to get additional information in terms of not only the documented
Ms. Ceballos,
suspensions.
this is information we'd have to ask from Executive Cabinet. Again, this is a public comment.
It is. I'm just.
I know, but I'm letting you know it's a public comment. We're supposed to ask for questions
I
of clarification.
understand. I'm asking the team for this information. I'm asking our team for this information. I want to make sure that we also get information in regards to not only the documented suspensions, but the times that the child is being removed from the classroom that are not documented suspensions. So if we can also get that information, I would really appreciate that. Thank
I
you.
believe Ms. Applegate.
Thank you. I will
response to Ms.
provide that
Ceballos.
information that Ms. Ceballos asked for. But to let you know, there has been involvement with special education. I don't want to speak about anything private, but we did move forward with testing. And so we have an entire plan in place, both academic and behavioral, for more appropriate interventions other than suspension.
And I asked for that in the Friday update, please. Thank you. All right, Ms. Marion Grande.
I just want to thank you. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for coming. Okay, we hear you. We hear you. Thank you. I'm sorry that happened to you. We're listening, and thank you, Gil.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. And then
Thank
thank
you.
you again. All righty, our next public speaker and comment is Liliana Valenzuela. And do we need an interpreter as well for that one? Okay, thank you.
Buenas tardes, buenas noches. Ok, voy a hacer una breve introducción. No está aquí anotado, ella me estaba apoyando. Bueno, mi nombre es Liliana Valenzuela, soy madre de tres
Could you please push the button?
tres
There we go.
estudiantes con necesidades especiales. El autismo se vive en mi hogar de moderado a severo y quiero dar una breve explicación qué me llevó a estar aquí.
Okay, so good evening. I'm going to give a brief introduction of something that's not there. Interpreter did support me. My name is Ileana Valenzuela. I have 3 special needs children. Autism in my home it's very lively. It's from severe to moderate. So I'll give you a little brief background.
Cuando estaba mi hijo Francisco Cervantes en kinder, siempre recibía notas que había mordido a alguien. Para no ser larga la historia, mordió al staff y a toda su clase.
So when my son Francisco Cervantes was in kinder, he would bite, or I would get notes that he would bite someone. He wouldn't just bite the staff, it was the whole class.
Pero un día que lo iba a bañar, le quité su camisa y le miré una mordida gigante en su hombro y yo me quebré. Dije, no es posible que esto suceda.
So one day where I was going to bathe him, I removed his shirt and I saw a big bite in his shoulder. And so I said, I can't believe it. My heart broke. I can't believe this is happening.
Me molesté mucho, lloré. Iba de camino a la escuela súper enojada. Iba con la idea de pelear.
And I was very bothered. I cried. I was angry. I was on my way to school just to fight.
Pero a mitad del camino reflexioné y yo dije, ok, ¿qué he hecho yo para evitar eso? ¿Qué aporté yo para evitar eso? Y fue cuando decidí involucrarme.
So halfway there, I said, okay, I asked myself, what have I done to avoid this? What have I done? How have I provided anything to avoid this? I decided to stop.
Quise ser una parte efectiva.
Interpreter would like to clarify. I decided to get involved.
Quise ser una parte efectiva en el grupo, en el equipo de IEP.
I wanted to be an effective part of the IEP team.
Pero no me fue posible porque no podía leer los documentos.
But it wasn't possible because I couldn't read the documents.
Me los llevaba a casa y no podía repasarlos.
I would take them home and I couldn't review them.
Pero hoy estoy aquí por unas buenas noticias.
But today I'm here for some good news.
Estoy aquí para dar las gracias por la reciente implementación de la póliza 5020.
I am here to provide my gratitude for the implementation of Policy 5020.
Derechos y responsabilidades de los padres dentro del Distrito Escolar Unificado de la Ciudad de San Bernardino.
The responsibilities and the rights of the parents within the Unified School District of San Bernardino.
Esta póliza específicamente dispone que se proporcione un plan de educación individualizado IEP traducido en un plazo máximo de 15 días escolares.
So this policy specifically does address that we do provide the IEP plan and translated within a 50-day period.
Lo cual tendrá un impacto positivo en nuestra comunidad bilingüe de educación especial.
In which it will have a positive impact in our bilingual education community.
Quiero aprovechar esta oportunidad para reconocer y apreciar los extraordinarios esfuerzos de la señora Anna Applegate.
I want to take this opportunity to recognize the extraordinary efforts of Ms. Applegate,
cuya dedicación y compromiso con las necesidades de nuestra comunidad han sido invaluables.
in which her dedication, her willingness and dedication and commitment to the needs of our community has been invaluable.
La señora Applegate ha demostrado constantemente disposición para escuchar y comprender los desafíos únicos que enfrentan nuestras familias bilingües al acceder a los servicios de educación especial.
Ms. Applegate has shown constant commitment to listening and understanding the challenges that our bilingual families have, I'm sight reading, have faced during the special education services.
Su incansable defensa del acceso al idioma y la inclusión no solo han logrado este cambio de póliza crucial, sino que también ha fomentado un sentido de empoderamiento y confianza dentro de nuestra comunidad.
Her selfless fight and access for language access and inclusion not only has been able to change this crucial policy, but it has also framed and it has taken a lot, giving us a lot of empowerment and trust within our community.
La implementación de la póliza 5020 mejorará significativamente la experiencia educativa de nuestros estudiantes bilingües con necesidades especiales, al garantizar que los IEPs traducidos dentro de un plazo razonable. Esta póliza permitirá que los padres y tutores comprendan plenamente y participen activamente en el proceso de toma de decisiones con respecto a la educación de sus hijos.
The implementation of Policy 5020 will significantly better the experiences of the education within our bilingual students and in special needs, while guaranteeing the provision of IEPs that are translated within a reasonable time frame. This policy
permitirá
will allow the parents and guardians to participate actively in the process of them taking decisions in regards to their children's education.
Sí. Este nivel de compromiso y colaboración entre las familias y los educadores es vital para crear un entorno de aprendizaje inclusivo y de apoyo que maximice el potencial de cada estudiante.
This level of commitment and collaboration within the families of our teachers and our community is vital. And also creating an environment of inclusive learning and support to maximize the potential of every student.
Estoy realmente agradecida a los miembros del gabinete por reconocer la importancia del acceso al idioma en la educación especial y tomar las medidas necesarias para abordar este problema crítico. La introducción de la póliza 5020 es un testimonio del compromiso con la equidad, la diversidad y la inclusión dentro de nuestro distrito.
I am extremely grateful to the members of the cabinet of recognizing the importance to language access in special education, and also in us making the necessary decisions to this critical problem. The introduction of Policy 5020 is a true testimony of commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion within our school district.
Una vez más, extiendo mi más sincero agradecimiento a todos los miembros del gabinete y especialmente a la señora Ana Applegate por defender los derechos de nuestra comunidad bilingüe de educación especial. Esperamos continuar nuestros esfuerzos de colaboración para mejorar aún más las oportunidades educativas para todos los estudiantes.
Once again, I extend my sincere gratitude to all the members of the cabinet, especially Mrs. Applegate, but for defending our rights of our bilingual community in special education. We do hope to continue our efforts in collaboration to better even more opportunities in the students of special needs.
Muchas gracias y realmente eso es un gran impacto y un logro de nuestro distrito escolar.
Thank you very much, and truly that is a huge impact and a success within our school district.
También quiero hacer mención, quiero agradecer delante de nuestra mesa directiva al maestro Eric Brown por su increíble dedicación. Mi hijo ya salió del 6º grado y él hizo demasiados cambios positivos en su vida. Gracias.
And also, I want to make a public thank you to teacher Eric Brown. My son has now gotten out of 6th grade, and he's doing really great.
All right, thank you.
Board President Wyatt, if I can just extend a thank you to Board Member Rosales Medina, Board Member Ceballos, who were instrumental in helping us pass that policy. And it was their vision that allowed us to get that work going. And I know it started with Dr. Rodriguez when you had special education. So we were very happy to see that to fruition.
Right, thank you for sharing that, Ms. Applegate. All right, our next public speaker is a virtual speaker comment, and it is Ms. Negretti. Do we have Ms. Negretti online, Ms. Cunningham?
No, she is not online.
She is not? Okay, do we have any other virtual comments or?
No, that's it.
Okay, we do not. Very good. We'll move on to 4.0, public hearing. 4.1, public hearing for local control and accountability plan. I'll go ahead and close open session. I will now open the public hearing for item number 4.1, public hearing for local control accountability plan. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right, the public hearing is now closed. The board will vote on the LCAP at the June 20th board meeting. We'll move on to the next hearing item, 4.2. I will now open the public hearing for item number 4.2, public hearing for preliminary budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Public hearing is now closed. Well, we have a comment by Vice President Tillman. So before I close, Vice President Tillman.
Yeah, I probably should speak during the public hearing, but I just want to say that the budget is extraordinary, and I never thought that we would see these type of numbers. They're just amazing, and I know that a lot of this is some of this money is ESSER money, but I mean to see projecting any balance of $260 million. I remember when our whole budget was $220 million. So it's just amazing. And I do want to ensure that moving forward. And I talked to Mr. Islam. He says we are on spending the money that's been allocated for the ESSER funding. It's obvious just listening to Congress, they're not going to be interested in extending the time that we can spend the money. So I think we need to make sure that we're on board with using the money to benefit the students of our district, listen to our employees and staff on the things that are needed, and make sure that we get those things to them as fast as possible. Because the 2023 year is over, the next deadline is 2024, which is going to happen real quick. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. The board will vote on the 2023-2024 budget at the June 20th board meeting. We'll move on to 4.3. I will now open the public hearing for item number 4.3, public hearing and adoption of memorandum of understanding, emergency leave between the San Bernardino City Unified School District and San Bernardino Teachers Association. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right, any board comments? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Be it resolved, the Board of Education adopts a memorandum of understanding, emergency leave between San Bernardino City Unified School District and the San Bernardino Teachers Association.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to the next public hearing item, 4.4. I'll now open the public hearing for item number 4.4, public hearing and acceptance of the 2023-2024 Inland Career Education Center school calendar. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Are there any board comments? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts the 2023-2024 Inland Career Education Center school calendar. Is there
Moved.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina,
Second.
second by Ms. Chahusky. Any comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. Moving on to 4.5. I know I'll now open the public hearing for item number 4.5, public hearing and acceptance of the 2023-2024 classified work calendars between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association, Chapter 183. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Are there any board comments? All right, the public hearing is now closed. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts the 2023-2024 classified work year calendar between San Bernardino City Unified School District and California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter 183.
Moved.
Oh boy, we're going to go ahead and, that was motion by Ms. Alexander. Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
Seconded by Ms. Chahusky. Thank you very much. Any board comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 4.6. I will now open the public hearing for item number 4.6, public hearing and acceptance of San Bernardino School Police Officers Association contract proposal, reopener to San Bernardino City Unified School District. Are there any public comments?
There are none.
Thank you. Are there any board comments? All right, public hearing is now closed. Be it resolved, the Board of Education received the initial contract proposal, reopener from the San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Chahusky, second by Vice President Tillman. Any comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. That is it for our public hearing items. We will now move on to 5.0, closed session, 5.1, closed session, public comments. And I will reopen the open session.
There are none.
There are none. Okay, then we will recess to closed session, 5.2, and we will report out when we come back out. Thank you very much. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back in session. Looks like we have a quorum. All right, we'll move on to 6.1. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves settlement agreement number SS222304 in the amount of $15,000. Board of Education authorizes the purchasing director to sign all related documents.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion or comments? All right, hearing seen none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.2, approval of 2 elementary school principals. Be resolved, the Board of Education approve the appointments of the following employees: Nertha Arroyo Goodley and Felicia Noel, elementary school principals. School site, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined. If you are here, please stand up so we can
moved.
acknowledge you. Oh, wait, sorry, we got to move in. Yep.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Mr. Husky. Any comments? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Now we can congratulate them. If you are here, go ahead and please stand up so we can acknowledge you. All right. Welcome, welcome, and welcome to the admin team. All right, we're going to move on to 6.3, approval of middle school vice principal. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approved appointment of the following employee: Monica Enriquez, middle school vice principal, school site, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. If you're here, go ahead and please stand so we can acknowledge you. All right. Congratulations and job well done. All right, we're going to move on to 6.4, consideration and approval of Associate Superintendent, Business Facilities and Operations. Be it resolved that the Board of Education approve the appointment of the following employee: Terry Comnick, Associate Superintendent, Business Facilities and Operations, school site, effective date, work year, and salary to be determined.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Abigail Rosales Medina. Any comments or discussion? All right, hearing seen none, let's vote. All right, motion carries, and I do believe Mr. Comnick is here. Congratulations, Mr. Comnick. Welcome back home. Good to see you. You can pass on the message to Board Member Garnett that I said thank you. Okay. All right, 6.5, expulsion of students. Be it resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation and findings of the hearing panel based on review of the panel's findings of facts and recommendation, or orders expulsion of the following students with the identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48-900.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Rosales Medina. Any discussion or comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.6. Be resolved, the Board of Education accepts and adopts the recommendation, finds the facts of positive youth development, and orders the suspension or expulsion of the following students with identification numbers as listed below in accordance with the board rules and regulations in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, seconded by Ms.
Second.
Alexander, I believe. Thank you all, though, for jumping on that one. Appreciate it. All right, let's go ahead. Any comments or? Okay, seeing here none. Let's go and vote. Okay, motion carries. Move on to 6.7. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves and accepts the following students were recommended for suspension, but the suspension was deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for suspension, the suspension was reversed or modified.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Rosales Medina. Any discussion or comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote.
Mrs. Grande? Oh, thank you.
Okay, motion carries. We'll move on to 6.8. Be it resolved, the Board of Education approves and accepts the following students are recommended for expulsion, but expulsion is deemed inappropriate based on due process errors, insufficient evidence, and/or the availability of other means of correction in compliance with Education Code Section 48900. Therefore, although they are recommended for expulsion, expulsion is not granted.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion or comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries. Moving on to 6.9, lift of expulsion of student. Be resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the readmission of the following students with identification numbers as indicated below to schools of San Marcos Unified School District in accordance with the board rules and regulations and in compliance with Education Code Section 48900.
So moved.
Second.
It was moved by Ms. Chahusky, seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Any comments or questions? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. We'll move on to 6.10, other closed session action. Excuse me. Be resolved, the Board of Education approves acquisition of the property located at 701 Northeast Street, San Bernardino, California, zip code 92410, assessors parcel number 0140-281-53 for the amount of $1,700,000. Be it also resolved, the Board of Education authorizes the superintendent or designee to execute the purchase and sale agreement for the purchase of the property and to perform all acts and execute all additional documents necessary to consummate the transaction. Contingencies of closed escrow include issuance of title insurance to the district. The fully executed agreement will be presented to the board for ratification at a subsequent board meeting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Rosales Medina, seconded by Ms. Ceballos. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. Okay, motion carries 6-1. We'll move on to 7.0, reports by union organizations. 7.1, San Bernardino Teachers Association.
No report.
Thank you very much. 7.2, California School Employee Association.
No report.
Thank you. 7.3, Communication Workers of America.
No report.
7.4, San Bernardino School Police Officers Association.
And no report.
Very good. We'll move on to 8.0, reports and presentations. 8.1, Building Fund Annual Financial Performance Audits. Report for fiscal year 2021-2022. And I believe we will turn that over to Mr. Cunningham. Is that who we're turning it over to? He's way back there. Or Mr. Muhammad, maybe? I think Mr. Muhammad. All right, Mr. Muhammad.
Thank you. Thank you, the board. We have the president of the COC. She's around. She was here. I don't know where she's at now. Can someone locate her? Generally, the board, this is the bond financial audit, and I said two-part performance and financial audit. The COC does have oversight responsibility, so they present their quick report to you. Then we have an auditor is here who is going to go over the report briefly. So I know I've seen her in the room. Yeah, for the interest of time, I can invite our auditors. Mr. Patel Bobby Patel is the partner of ID Bailey. He's going to go over the quick overview of the reports for the last fiscal year. And you do have a copy of the report, board, part of you. It's in your
Just point of clarification. So the item we're on right now is what?
8.1.
We are on 8.1, Vice President Tillman.
And the report is the.
And both these items are for, both these presentations are for this item?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
She's here, the chair, the president of the COC, chair. She's going to go quick, give you a report.
Good evening.
Howdy,
Good evening.
everyone. Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Dr. Wyatt. How good to see you. And Mauricio, welcome back. My name is Janie Zeilman, and I am the current vice president of the Measure, the COC committee. So I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Citizens Oversight Committee. It is my pleasure to present to you the committee's annual report. And I have been on this committee since November 2021, and I enjoy seeing how the district has made the bond funds to improve the school environment for the children of our district. Tell you a little bit about myself. I am a retired school district employee, 25 years, born and raised here in San Bernardino. My children attended and graduated from San Bernardino City Schools. One is a branch manager for San Bernardino County Library System, and the other is a teacher at Serrano Middle School. We believe in our community, and it has been a great pleasure and honor to work on this committee. The committee is respected. We have a good rapport with the staff. They have been honest with the questions that we field them with, and some of them are kind of some tough questions about what the projects are, why, where's the money, how's it going, and they give us honest answers. And if they don't know them, they let us talk to these people, which has really been informative. My experience in the purchasing department has helped with understanding purchase orders, bonds, retainers, that type of thing, which is a lot of the technical stuff that committee members don't really want to know about. But if you were a resident of San Bernardino, a parent, a senior citizen, I would strongly urge you to join our committee and ask these questions. You're going to find out a lot about our district and what it means to see these great improvements that we've been making around our city and our schools. Our committee is legally charged under the Education Code and the California Constitution with direct taxpayer review of the bond measure and with informing the public about expenditures of the board proceeds to ensure that spending conforms to the bond language and approved by the voters. I am here this evening to inform you, the board and the public, regarding the committee's findings from the 18th year of the bond program from July 2021 through June 2022, that there is an annual report that is going to highlight these activities in compliance with the requirements of the California Constitution. I just want you to know that the information was validated by the independent firm of E. Bailey, and we submitted the report June 30th, 2022. I just want to take a minute to say the Citizens Oversight Committee members and officers wish to thank the board, superintendent, and staff for their support and appreciate this opportunity to serve the taxpayers of the district and to inform the public regarding the Measure T and Measure N bond funds. It is my pleasure, and has been for the last almost 2.5 years, to work on this committee and to be part of it, and I appreciate it. Thank you all for waiting for me. I was home letting my dog out. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it looks like we have a question from Vice President Tillman.
I just want to thank you for your service. I mean, you don't have to do it. It's totally voluntary. So I really appreciate you. Makes a big difference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Looks like we have no other comments.
So at this time,
All right.
the partner of the Mr. Patel from ID Bailey is the partner from the firm. I'm going to present and go over a quick overview of the report.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. As mentioned, I'll go over the report for Measure T and Measure N. It'll be a two-part report. There's the financial statements and also the performance audit. The financial statements just based on GAAP audit procedures, and the performance audit is based on California Constitution Article 13A, alongside of what your voters approved the two measures to be used on, as previously mentioned here. The ultimate goal of our audit is to provide what's called an auditor's opinion. The highest assurance we provide, it's called an unmodified opinion. That being said, on the Measure T side and Measure N, both of them receive the unmodified highest assurance we provide. And on the performance side, we audited 93% of the total transactions for the fiscal year for Measure T and 98% of the total transactions for Measure N. What we discovered through that process was all of the expenditures tested aligned with the bond measures that your voters approved the projects to be spent on. And it also aligned with the California State Constitution Article 13A. So basically clean bill of health from the sample we selected, at least. I'm open to any questions you might have on the two measures.
Vice President Tillman.
Just to be clear, so there were no findings at all?
No, we didn't have any this year.
That's a big deal in the audit, not to have any findings. So
Yes, sir.
thank you very much.
All righty. It doesn't look like there's any other questions or comments. Very good. Thank you very much. Great report. All righty, we'll move on to 8.2, Local Control and Accountability Plan, Annual Update. And it looks like we have our team coming up.
Yes, thank you,
And
President
Ms. Applegate?
Wyatt.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. What you'll get tonight, Board, is an overview, very general overview of the LCAP, as you've been presented with the LCAP in detail. And we've had other presentations where we've talked about the metrics and the financial goals of the LCAP. We will be sending it for approval on the 20th. So this is a presentation just to refresh your memory and to see where we are. And then it'll go for approval at the next board meeting. So I have here to present our LCAP tonight, our Director of Categorical Programs, Ms. Kimber Sargent, and our Director of Accountability and Educational Technology, Dr. Michelle Cleveland. And I know that some of the rest of the team is in the back as well.
All right, are you able to hear me? Okay. Good evening, President Dr. Wyatt, Vice President Mr. Tillman, board members, Superintendent Arellano, and cabinet members. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. I'm very pleased to have a partner with me here tonight, so you get to actually hear from two people, not just me. Tonight is kind of a culmination of a round of presentations that many of the board members have come along with me in this journey for our annual update process. I talk to Dr. Wyatt frequently that this is our tour that we go on with our educational partners as we gather input for our local control and accountability plan. Tonight you should have received supporting documentations in a binder. So we love paper and categorical. We also provided a digital copy of this as well. In your binder, there are several tabs that you can refer to during tonight's presentation, beginning with the first tab that will have a copy of tonight's presentation, as well as a full copy of the draft. The draft for the public hearing was posted online, as well as available here at our Board of Education, and tonight here at our board meeting as well. Tonight we'll be going over some, again, general information, as Mrs. Applegate stated, regarding the structure of the LCAP. It is a lengthy document, although not quite as lengthy as it was in previous years. I think we got up to 500 pages at one point. But the California Department of Education and the State Board have adjusted the template to make this plan more accessible to educational partners. We'll go over our LCAP goals for the 2021-2024 three-year cycle. And then we'll give a little more detail about the sections found within your draft of your LCAP, including the needs, the process, the input, and the influence on our plan, as well as our next steps for tonight. On this page of your presentation, you do have a reference to the page numbers. These are your page numbers for the English copy of your draft of the LCAP. So if you'd like to find more information with regard to any of these sections, there is a page number reference for you for your reading pleasure. We'll go into our goals for our three-year cycle. These goals should hopefully be familiar to you. We are ending year 2 right now, coming into year 3, which will be 2023-2024. Our first goal is centered around academic achievement, with a focus on language arts, math, and English language development. Goal 2 is centered on our school climate and campus environment, with a focus on schools that are clean, safe, well-maintained, drug-free, and conducive to learning. And goal 3 around student and community involvement and support. In this section of the LCAP that refers to the needs found within our district, it starts with our data, and our data has been presented multiple times through our educational partner meetings, as well as here at the Board of Education with our dashboard presentation in November. Some of that information you will see again tonight. As our LCAP, some of our metrics are from our dashboard directly. And we'll have Dr. Cleveland give you a little bit more information about that. But if you've been on tour with me to these meetings, you might recognize much of this data as it has been presented. We want to make sure that as our principals are using this data to guide decisions and our teachers are using this data, our educational partners and our Board of Education are also looking at this information. From an analysis of our data, we continue to see the need for language arts support, math support, chronic absenteeism, and suspension. These were needs identified in the first year of this three-year cycle. This cycle started pre-pandemic and has spanned over this pandemic period, and we continue to see those as areas of need for us, and even heightened areas of need, especially in the area of intervention. You'll see later in the presentation input from our educational partners really emphasizing the need to fill some of that learning loss that we might have experienced during the closure. In the LCAP new for this school year, you will find information regarding a program called Differentiated Assistance. Differentiated Assistance is an identification in our district based on the California dashboard of our student group data. And so in our student group data, there are 2 student groups that are identified district-wide as needing additional support. As you'll remember, the LCAP is focused on low-income English learner and foster youth students, which are known as our unduplicated student groups. But in addition to that, the LCAP will also speak to the plans that the district has to support those groups identified under differentiated assistance. The first being our African American student group. Again, if you recall the presentation on the dashboard, we see that as a great need within our district in the areas of language arts, math, chronic absenteeism and suspension, as well as students with disabilities in the areas of language arts, math, and chronic absenteeism. Again, this identification comes to us through the County Office of Education here for San Bernardino County, including those areas. They work directly with us in engaging educational partners, developing a plan, because African American students and students with disabilities are not within the identified unduplicated student groups. We have additional funding sources that are used to support those action plans to address our student needs, and there's a description in the LCAP of that process. The many dates listed here describe the presentations that we have provided to date. There are some statutory requirements in the presentation of the LCAP to educational partners, and you'll find those on the slide on the left-hand side, which includes a consultation with our SELPA to ensure that our LCAP aligns with our SELPA plan, goals, and actions. Consultation with our union partners, an opportunity for our educational partners to ask questions directly to Mr. Ariano, the availability of a draft copy of the LCAP, our public hearing, which we are here tonight, ultimately leading to June 20th, which would be the adoption by the Board of Education of our plan for 23-24. On the right-hand side, you'll see a description of all of the dates that there were presentations of the LCAP to our different educational partner groups, which include our DLAC, our DAC, our CAC, our DAAAC, our SPAC, our union partners, staff presentations, our student leadership, our SLAC, as well as our community. Those are in addition to what our statutory is. The engagement of our educational partners is a priority of our board, as well as our cabinet members. So we want to make sure to provide as many opportunities as we can to gather that input for them to have access to this data and this information. Some of the trends that we see in the input that's been provided from our educational partners, again, addresses that need that was identified earlier in the presentation, but broken down goal by goal. In goal number 1 for academic achievement, the educational partner input is very strong for the need for intervention, in particular for language arts, math, and language development, for additional support staff at the school sites to support our students, not only for intervention, but also to provide smaller class sizes in some of our high need grades, as well as more support and enrichment for students as we transition from an older model of having magnet programs only at specific schools to us now expanding that innovation and access throughout the district. Goal number 2, the input is centered around attendance improvement. We see that when we look at our dashboard data for chronic absenteeism. We do have some promising numbers coming so far this school year, but our LCAP does take a look back at data. So the data you'll see tonight is going to be of our dashboard from 2022, but we look at our leading data, which is our ongoing data analysis, to ensure that what we're putting in place, we're seeing positive growth. We see a need for support for social emotional learning and trauma-informed practices, especially as we start to realize the impact of the school closures on our students, as well as support for counseling, health, and wellness. And I know we've had many presentations and public comments around wellness and the need to continue to support that as a board priority. In goal number 3, the input is centered around parent engagement and that process of welcoming our families back onto campuses, to larger scale events, to where we were at the pre-pandemic levels. But now with the support and organization under the leadership of Dr. Gonzalez, with our parent family volunteer workers, as well as the new classes that they're able to offer to families. There continues to be support and input to provide translation and interpretation services, which we do at our required meetings, but we want to make sure that's available at any meeting, whether that's at a district level or a school site level, that our documentation is also available in English and Spanish. And then again, providing that training, those training and workshops for our families. I'm going to transition over to Dr. Cleveland, who's going to take us into our metrics. As she reviews, these are metrics found within our LCAP that support our actions. You do have a tab in the binder that is called 2023-2024 at a glance that might be helpful for you to look at. It will show you the actions and the metric assigned to that action so that you can see what we're using to not only monitor the implementation, but also evaluate the effectiveness.
Well, good evening, board, cabinet. It's great to be here with you this evening to talk about the metrics that are found within our LCAP. And so as Ms. Sargent mentioned, these are many of them lagging indicators. So we are taking a look back in time for a majority of our goals. One of the unique pieces about this LCAP cycle is that it did start pre-pandemic, and so we are using a combination of pre-pandemic CASP data in addition to our local assessment data, which has been really critical in the absence of CASP to monitor our students. So what you see projected up on the screen right now is our English Language Arts winner 2023 NWEA on track percentages for ELA and for math. And you can see that we have placed arrows in there for you guys to know if we're trending upwards or if we've lost a little bit of ground as we've gone from the winter 2022 data to the winter 2023 data. So for all students in English Language Arts, we're sitting at about 20.6% on track, which is an increase of 0.4% from last winter. In math overall, for all of our students, we're sitting at about 16.6% on track, and that is actually a 2.2% increase from last winter of 2022. Below all students, you can see for our English learners, our low income, and then our foster youth. And you can see in particular for in the area of math, we are seeing increases. And I do expect that we will see that trend continue when we get our CASP 2023 math results here in the next several weeks. The second set of metrics that we identify for Goal 1, which is the academic focus, focuses in on college and career. And so there are two metrics that we've been monitoring as part of the LCAP over the last several years. The first is our 4-year cohort A to G completion rate. And that has gone up 0.5% from the previous year. And we sit at 38.9% for all students. For our English learners, we are up 0.2% at 18.3. For our low income, we are up 0.7% at 37.8. And for our foster youth, we are up 2.8% at 16%. And so we are starting to see upward gains in our A to G and a recovery from pandemic. If you look at the second column, shows the number of students, the percentage of students that have completed at least one CTE pathway. And so overall, we are sitting at about 31% of all students in our district are completing a single pathway as they graduate. And then we are seeing that at 18.8% for our English learners, so we're up 2.1%. For our low income, we're sitting at about 30.6, so just below the overall district average. And then for our foster youth, we're actually up 4.8% for pathway completion at 15.9%. And so those are numbers from last spring 2022. We expect to see those numbers for 2023 continue to trend upwards as we've gone through recovery and return to school from the pandemic. So we anticipate seeing an increase in those numbers when we get final results in August.
Hey, can we take a real quick break there for Vice President Tillman? Because quite a few metrics. Thank you.
I have a concern about the Goal 1 metrics. I mean, when I look at this, the document you gave us right here, on here they have the African American numbers.
Yes.
And even for 22, 23, you projecting the number to go down, is that right? From 22% to 16.5%?
No, what you're looking at there's 4 columns, and these this final document in the binder for each of you. The first column is spring 2019 CASP. And then you'll see the next column is our local assessment winter 2022. The third column is our spring 2022 numbers. And then is our NWEA 2023. We do not have CASP 2023 yet. We'll get that probably in August.
This will help me. If you had in the student group, if you had African Americans on there, would the arrow be going up or would it be going down?
It would be going up.
Okay. So the number for the
We've gone up about 1.2%.
So the number for the 4-year cohort A to G, that's not the one I want. The one before that, the one with the
The
LCAP.
NWA, yes. We're gone up 1.2%.
And then for the math winner, where would the arrow be going?
For math winner, we've gone up 1.2%.
For African American?
Yes.
Okay.
We are trending up across all of our student groups for math at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Alexander?
On the same lines as Danny Tillman, dealing with the African American group, in terms of the ethnic group, when we look at the A through G requirements, where is it trending?
So for our African American student group, you'll see them on, I believe, the 3rd page of that larger document in that last tab. And we are seeing them trending upwards. So in 2019, we were at 24.2%. We actually went up in 2020 at 33.3%. We did take a dip down during the 2021 year to 28.9%, and we are back up at that 33.3% for last year.
And thank you, I did review that in advance. However, I think my question is more related to how do you feel in terms of 2023? What is the projection?
So we are feeling very good about our 2023 numbers. From what we have seen, and we have not received all data back, but we are seeing evidence that we should continue to see the trend go upwards. The additional supports that have been put in place, the support from Dr. Greer's office across our high schools, the additional personnel that we've been able to put in place, we are expecting to see that number continue to climb.
Okay, because that's in alignment with just the special area that you say you're going to focus on. And I guess I just have one more question, sorry. And it's in reference to the areas that were identified. How did you come up with those 4 categories?
So for differentiated assistance, those are provided to us by the California Department of Education. Okay. So they take a look at our dashboard and they say, these are the areas that we have the most amount of concern for your district. And that may look the same district to district, or it'll look different. And so they provide us that data. We have a partnership with the county, and we're co-progress monitoring the work that we're doing in both those areas for our African American students and our special education students. Of course.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina?
Definitely, thank you so far with what you have presented. I do have a question when it comes to the college and career for our foster youth. I know that what seems like to be trending is that, you know, we were heading in the right direction 2019 and then took a dip, of course, with COVID and the pandemic 2020 and trying to recuperate by 2021. But one thing I noticed that with the foster youth in that area in 2019, it was at 45.5%. And it's decreased significantly, and it's climbing really slowly. So I know what are we trying to do different, especially with the 2023 school year. Maybe it's going to show differently, but it seems like we haven't been able to get like the other groups have been trying to catch up to. Also, a similar situation with our English learners. We were at 40%, and then we're still at 18, or at least for 2022, 18.8. So those are the two categories that I've noticed that hasn't really gotten close to where they were.
Yeah, and I know that both those teams are taking a strong look at both of these sets of data, and we are monitoring them. I think we'll have a better idea once we get our 2023 stuff in the summer, that we could take a look at it and say, is this pattern going to hold, or have we put additional supports in place enough that we think that we're going to be able to maintain a bigger progression in both of those areas. I will say that putting the additional staff within our schools to really help get out in the community, help the kids get to school, especially for our foster youth kids. Our Atlas office does an incredible job of moving those kids in and out and making sure that they're getting the programs and getting the access. And so I think we'll continue to see those numbers go up. And I think the recovery that we're seeing with our English learners in both our math and ELA areas will also help with those pieces when it comes to our high school students.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. Let's go ahead and continue, please.
All right, so into goal 2, we're going to take a look at our metrics that we use to look at our climate and culture. And so we look at suspension data, expulsion data, and then we look at our chronic absenteeism. And so you can see that displayed for all students, and then for our 3 major student groups that we take a look at for LCAP. You can also find, similar to the Goal 1 metrics, you can find this data for all of our supported student groups in that final tab. For all students in the 21-22 school year for suspension, we were at 4.7%. We do not know what that will look like quite yet as far as up or down. I do anticipate, based on our internal data, that we will probably see a small decrease in our suspensions there. Expulsion, we're at 0.2%. We were at 95 students last year. And our chronic absenteeism, all district, is at 44%. That I can tell you unofficially is going to be significantly lower than it is up there right now. So Dr. Bikendova and her team at PYD have done a phenomenal job of really getting in and making sure that we're addressing the specific needs of our kids that are chronically absent. And so we should see a nice dent in that number across the board for all of those student groups.
Sorry, Mr. Biles, question?
Yeah, just really quickly, you said that goal 2 measures climate and culture. Is there, so this is good, metrics, but I'm wondering if we might be able to kind of add, I don't know, maybe like a survey directly for students and staff. I don't know if that's incorporated.
We do have a Panorama student survey. We do give that every year. Those are metrics that our Office of PYD and SWIS, our Student Wellness and Support Services, monitors those. For the LCAP, when the LCAP was written pre-pandemic, these were the metrics and the goals that were assigned then. As we come back into our next LCAP cycle, Ms. Sargent will take the whole community through a discussion around what metrics do we want to continue to monitor. Is there additions? Is there new tools that we want to consider as part of that? And we'll have that conversation then. But internally, our teams at all of our schools, they are tracking the student panorama data, which does look at a sense of belonging. How do I feel about academic excellence? How do I feel safe? And those pieces. And so our school sites use those in addition to these larger dashboard metrics to really progress monitor how they're doing at their sites.
Got it. When you have those conversations, can you make sure that I get an invitation?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, and our final metric, goal 3, is really looking at our relationships to families. And for this, we do use our family panorama survey. We give it every November, and we track that data November to November. And so we do have an update for this year. For our families in the area of family school connection, we have a 78% favorable statistic there, and that is up 3% from last year. And then we look at how our Title I parents feel as far as positive relationships to our schools, and that is at 63%, and that is also an increase of 3%. From the previous November. And so this tool is measured by our family engagement panorama tool. We send it out to all of our families in November, and then Dr. Gonzalez and her teams track that data year to year. And then we produce reports for our school sites, and they use those reports to develop family engagement plans at their sites.
And Ms. Miles?
78% and 63% of what?
The questions on the survey basically are asking around how do you feel about your connection to the school?
Sorry, let me rephrase that. Of how many respondents? What's 78%?
We probably had about 14,000 last year, I believe. And Dr. Rodriguez may have a better number.
Yeah, that was approximately the number. We do hope to see increases this next time as we're holding principals more accountable for making sure that information gets out to the parents.
Yeah. All right. So that brings us to the end of our metrics section. In that final tab, there is all the information for every single one of the metrics we discussed tonight, and it is by all student group. If you do have questions, reach out to Mrs. Anna Applegate or myself. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about any of the metrics tonight or in the future.
Vice President Tillman?
In the presentation? Oh, I'll wait to the end. Thank you.
We're almost there. We're almost there. The next portion is we take this information, including our metrics, including our input, and then we make adjustments to our LCAP. Each year, this happens during that annual update process. Over the last 2 years since I started with categorical programs, much of the input is just to make the document more accessible, more easy to read, so that any person, whether they've participated in the annual update process or not, they can pick it up and understand what our district priorities are, what the priorities are of our Board of Education, and how that plays into our LCAP. So much of what you see here in our changes for goal number 1 are centered around clarifying the language, again, so that if you pick this up, you're able to understand what that means, with the first change really centering on the need for more supplemental instructional materials, especially as we implement learning labs, learning centers, and intervention protocols at our school sites at each of the level. There's a need for supplemental materials to help support those intervention efforts. With our English learners, it's important, and it's always been a board priority to support multilingual education. But it was all grouped under English learners. So we have split that out so that it's clear to the community the support from the Board of Education to continue to support programs such as transitional bilingual education, dual education, with our teachers and staffing in that program. Early education, as we see a change in legislation, in particular around transitional kindergarten, our board was a trailblazer in supporting transitional kindergarten before it was a requirement, and we offered that opportunity throughout our district at multiple school sites. But as the legislation is now changing, that this will become an additional grade level at schools, would no longer be considered supplemental. So as that happens, it's transitioning into part of our core and base program supported with our unrestricted general fund, rather than our LCAP. So it continues to be a priority. And I know if you've ever had a conversation with Mrs. Applegate around this, you know early education is a very strong priority with our presentation today from Dr. Kelly, that we continue to support that early education. It just won't be with our LCAP dollars. It will be with a different funding source. We had in our LCAP in this 2022-2023 school year funding, which were carryover funds. The carryover funding was one-time funding that was a result of not being able to fully implement the service delivery model. So this school year, we had carryover funds within our LCAP, and the action that was created was intervention and acceleration, where we supported our school sites with additional supports as they got those initiatives of learning labs and learning centers off the ground, providing them with libraries and leveled readers. Again, these were one-time expenditures to help begin that initiative. That will not continue into the next school year because we are very happy and excited to report we will not have carryover. And if you've been to the presentations with our educational partners, I give them a month-by-month breakdown for each of our goals. Here's where our spending is expected to be. Here's where we are. And here's our monitoring process as I meet with the leads that implement the LCAP to ensure that they have everything they need to be able to implement it and fully expend these dollars on our students. Lastly, you'll see the addition of STEAM as an action within our LCAP as we expand innovation in our district to schools beyond our magnet schools. We have had a lot of our educational partner input is we don't want to have to bus our students across the district or to a different school. We'd like to see these at our neighborhood schools. So we will begin that beginning implementation of expanding that out through STEAM. So this will be a new action that you'll see in the LCAP for the 23-24 school year. And I know our director, Dr. Randy Clyde, will be sharing, I'm sure, throughout the year information with you about that implementation. Do you want me to keep going, President Dr. Wyatt, or?
How many pages do we have?
5.
5? Dan. All right, we'll wait till Dan. Thank you.
Goal number 2, again, this information is a clarifying piece of information. The wellness and support for wellness in our district has been a priority, but in looking at the LCAP, picking it up, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell that with the action title of health services. Working with our Swiss department under the direction of Dr. Rodriguez, we really want to articulate clearly how the LCAP is supporting that. So you'll see the one action of health services broken into individual actions. So it's much clearer how we're continuing to support wellness. This being only one funding source, there are other funding sources that we will support wellness with as we begin to implement those school-based wellness centers. Attendance improvement also received that same kind of clarification where it was under the title of attendance improvement, but we want to be specific about what that looks like. Again, so that it's very clear, providing incentives and supports. You may have seen advertisements from Dr. Viking Dova and our schools for fear of missing out events, or FOMO events, if you're familiar with that acronym. Providing specific staffing at each of our schools to focus their attention on attendance and removing barriers for families as we try to help solve any attendance concerns that they might have. And then offering our enrichment program on Saturdays called Bringing Hope to Saturdays, and expanding that out to multiple school sites. We had innovation grants, which began with our cycle of LCAP, and the funding was expected to be spent during the year of the pandemic, but we extended that one more year because it was more difficult to purchase things with supply chain issues. Those funds have been expended, and as we continue to spread innovation out, we no longer need the one action for innovation grants, and we can support our efforts now in multiple areas. Lastly, we have elementary vice principals. As we continue to support our elementary administrators in the vice principals, supporting that climate and culture work and building that strong sense of connection for our students. So when they are taking those surveys, they have a positive climate, that implementation of positive behavior intervention and support, or PBIS, with our vice principals helping to support that work. Goal number 3, clarifying our action title of communications to make sure the community knows it's our board priority to provide those high quality translation and interpretation supports. We had an action in there of bilingual support, which was supporting our English learners. So to align this action with its intent, it was moved up to goal number 1. And then the last one, community engagement, was really around our enrollment efforts and supporting the enrollment of our students, and really targeting our community where we know that there's limited access or it's difficult to get to a computer to complete online enrollment, and providing those supports. So that will be titled Targeted Enrollment Support. What that leads to is what you see here on this sheet. This is very similar to your at a glance. So if you are keen on reading 128 pages, 130 pages, you can read each one, but this gives you the one page at a glance to see what actions are included within our LCAP, with 23 being for goal 1, 15 for goal 2, and 3 for goal 3. And lastly, an overview of our funding. We don't start with the dollars first, right? We start with our data and our need. we develop our actions, and then we determine how much of our LCAP funding can support those and what other funds are needed to support the rest of our needs. So our supplemental and concentration grant funding as of the May revise from the governor's budget is just shy of 200 million. Our unduplicated percentage of students, these are all of our students that are either English learner, low income, or foster youth, continues to exceed 90%. And you'll see the breakdown of that 199 million for each action on that at a glance document. So you can see action by action how much money has been allocated to each of those. And that was done in consultation with our leads, based on our educational partner input and working with our fiscal services team there. Lastly, next steps, you'll see me back again June 20th here to answer any questions you might have as part of the adoption process. Once the board has adopted our 23-24 LCAP, it will be sent to the county. I work with the county throughout this process because I know you don't want to be surprised and I don't want to be surprised. And they provide input to ensure that we are adequately describing our increase and improved services for those groups. And that will be sent the very next day. I get all the email ready and I hit send once the board has adopted the plan. So we have reached the end. So I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you again. Vice President Tillman.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You know, I've been reading a lot of proposed legislation about using LCAP to increase pay. I don't know if you guys go to conferences and hearings. Have you heard any talk about that? And how would that change? I mean, this is a perfect area. You said we got $199 million. How would that change how we spend the money now?
So one of the needs that came up last year during the annual update cycle was the need to support recruitment and retention of our staff, especially as we faced hiring challenges and filling positions. So that is one of our actions within our LCAP, is to provide that. And that does provide things like stipends for our mentoring program. So it does provide additional pay. There is legislative support for that. As far as an ongoing increase for salary, is that the question you're asking, is around that?
Well, the concern I have, and Muhammad, I don't know how familiar you are with this, but the concern I had, there wasn't any talk about additional funding. The only thing that changed was the language saying that you're going to use local control funding formula money to increase pay. So, okay. I mean, it's a zero-sum game. So are they suggesting that you're going to take away some of the money that we're doing for these line item programs and use that specifically to increase pay as a whole? That's what it sounded like to me.
So if Mr. Islam wants to add to this, but there was legislation to increase teacher pay specifically by 50% using LCFF dollars.
Exactly right.
And that's the discussion that they're having right now. That would be an increase to our base program. That wouldn't impact here our supplemental and concentration funds. So it wouldn't be a takeaway from this. It would be an increase to our base. But Mr. Islam, if you'd like to
read anything about an increase.
Add that.
I didn't read about the increase. I just read where they wanted you to use that money to increase the pay. Am I wrong about that, Muhammad?
You're correct, Mr. Tillman. Yeah, the language is talk about, just to, I didn't find something that's an increase of funding. Yeah, no.
Which is a real concern and something you look at. All the proposed legislation I've seen does not propose increasing funding. What they're saying is they want you to use LCFF money to increase the pay. But they're not going to give you additional money. They're just going to dictate how you spend the money, which would be something that is a huge concern for us, because that means it totally changes the whole concept of LCFF. And the board should, keep an eye on it, because, I mean, we need to have discussions that are a good thing or a bad thing, but you all have to make sure that you keep an eye on it so you can tell us what the potential impact is to the district, and then we have to decide if it's something that we think we would go along with, or we need to voice our opinion. Because I have a real concern about it. That right now the state is at a point where there's not any additional money coming. They're making cuts already. So when they talk about using this LCF money to increase salaries, they're not talking about giving us additional money, because there is no additional money there right now. So they are talking about doing like they used to do, which is making mandates about how you spend the money and getting rid of the local control. It's really counter to what the whole gist and the goal of local control funding was. You didn't have, you let the local districts decide how the money was best spent. If they do what they're talking about doing, they're taking away that control.
Right, and at the implementation of LCFF in 2014, at this point right now, there are only about 20 members left that were there for that initial transition from revenue limits to LCFF. And by next year, there will be 5. So we do see a transition of that full local control into more categorical programs. So you're 100% right. I am very fortunate every Thursday and Tuesday to be in meetings and learning about it to make sure that we're on top of it. One of the requirements of the LCAP is to ensure that we are able to clearly describe how it's increasing and improving services specific to those unduplicated students, English learner, low income, and foster youth. So it will put districts in a very difficult position because although our percentage is very high, over 90%, that's not true for all districts. So it is something I watch very closely. I appreciate that you also watch it very closely because it will definitely impact districts.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman. Ms. Grande?
Yes, I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on targeted enrollment support. Do you mean how the parents come to school and enroll their children, or is it the numbers, or what is it exactly?
So this will refer to our enrollment fairs and reaching out to our families. Parents are able to take their students to a school site and enroll them. They're also able to come here to our enrollment center, which is located at Jones Elementary. So they have 2 options ongoing throughout the year, but we want to increase the availability. So when we are, for example, looking at our transitional kindergarten enrollment, we will send out information into the community to share about a specific enrollment fair where parents can come to the fair. They get the information about the programs in our district, including like dual language transitional kindergarten, advanced learner programs, and there's staff there to help guide them through that process and support them. So this is those extra efforts that we do to reach out to the community, because sometimes you're new and you're not sure, do I go to the school? Do I go to the district office? And so we want to provide as many opportunities as possible for that.
Oh, good. So to piggyback on that, then, would we be able to support, perhaps include transportation for parents to be able to attend the fair or the school?
So we do have bus tickets, but I'll take this information to Dr. Gonzalez to make sure that she knows that that's something that we want to see as well. We do have bus tickets available to them. We try to hold it throughout the community too, so it's not only located in one area as well, but I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. Mr. Husky?
First, I just want to say thank you, because the LCAP is and LCFF are complicated. And while I have a good understanding, your diligence and in-depth understanding and ability to answer questions is impressive, and I appreciate that. To Mr. Tillman's point, I know we're fortunate because of our high unduplicated and the amount that we get in supplemental and concentration, which helps in program outside of that. Just to make sure that proposal is from the base funding, not from the supplemental that they're looking at, or are they looking at it in terms of all of it? Like,
so from Mr. Portantino, this is from, it would be a base, like as this would be from the base, these salary increases would, because again, it would be difficult for districts to articulate how that's increasing or improving services for unduplicated students.
And I understand that there's been a push again for control from the state with categoricals and all of that. So what can we do, or is there a conversation, and I don't know, maybe Mr. Arellano, this is for you, but in terms of education to our folks about the impact that, going back to categoricals, moving away from LCFF and that local control, like what that impact has and how we can educate on that and work with our even just the districts in the county, if not statewide, do that, because like I said, we'll be less impacted, but it's gonna, if they're successful, on top of everything else, that will be a huge impact and unsustainable.
Mr. Ariano, if you'd like to add any.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is if there's any substantial change to protocol, policy, and funding that's going to affect our operations of the system, it's going to be super important to communicate it across the entire district, right? Because the action creates a concentric circle through the organization, and if you don't explain those changes to everyone within the organization, then chaos starts to happen. So I think the important thing to understand right now is these are just recommendations, proposed bills that are kind of cycling through the process. Certainly, as we get closer, we start seeing that some of these things may be coming to fruition. As you heard, Kimber talks about attending these meetings. She keeps us updated, and if we feel like we need to start preempting some information going out, we will do so, absolutely.
I'm just a little concerned that it's, because June 30th is coming up, so most likely if he's going to do this, it's going to be in the budget or a budget trailer bill. So our timeline is short in terms of education, and what are we doing proactively, or what is happening proactively within other, with other districts to preempt this and say, yeah, no, you're already trying to go after AIM, you're already, like, there's other things that they're already trying to do. Like, I just want to make sure we're being proactive in terms of educating at least, the folks in our area, if not everybody else, on what that negative impact to the districts would be if they like mandate what we do in terms of that.
Sure. What's difficult at this point is it's hard to communicate what we don't know yet in terms of specifics. So right now this is a general possibility, but certainly if we feel like it's getting closer to fruition, then as we start getting more information from our legislative advocates, our lobbyists, different advisors that we work with, as they start feeding information to us, then we'll start spreading it out.
I just want to be on top of it, because I just don't want it to be one of those sneak in at midnight things and none of us know and we haven't had an opportunity to address our concerns prior to. So,
Ms. Chahusky, this is next year is the third year of our third-year cycle. So more than likely, when we start the new cycle, they come out with new templates, new regulations, just like they did last time. So
I was more specific to Portantino's, which I think he's trying to get into this budget cycle.
And I do, for fun, read the trailer bill language and look for changes each day, because I do watch that. It does impact the work that I do. And we did start sharing with educational partners different funding sources that are available. So as it's a priority for you, it's a priority for me and Mrs. Applegate as well. There are sometimes changes where they say, for example, you need to implement transitional kindergarten, but it happens over years. So even though it may be in the trailer bill language, sometimes the implementation will take place years after, and that's when they work on the legislation. Okay, now how do we fund this? Now that we're telling you need to do this, here's how you're going to have to fund it. So I would say that would come, but I do watch it very closely as well.
All righty, Ms. Ceballos.
So for me, I just have, I guess, additional requests between now and the next time that it comes back up on the goal number 2. So changes influenced by educational partners, goal number 2, you break down health services, and then you list down like health aides, counseling support staff and materials, wellness staff and materials. I guess I would just like more of a breakdown on that. What does that specifically mean? Like what materials, where are these materials going to, who are they going to, for what purposes? And then on your at a glance page, a lot of the metrics tied to those specific bullets are go back to that survey that you were talking about. And so I guess I just want more specific, like for instance, where you have 2.7 on counselors, you have 4 different metrics there. But I guess I just want more information around that.
Thank you. And I'll collaborate with Dr. Rodriguez and her staff to give you more detail. If you look in the LCAP, it does describe the action. So it won't just say like health aides. It'll show a health aid for every single school site to help support the wellness of students. So within the draft that you have a copy of, if you go to the Goal 2 section, and the table of contents has a page number reference for you, it will break that down. But in addition to that, I'll collaborate with Dr. Rodriguez and her staff to get that, as well as with Dr. Cleveland to give you the breakdown of the metrics for Goal 2 with a little bit more detail so that you have that as well. And I'll put that in a Friday update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Alexander?
Yes, hi. I actually have questions regarding the academic achievement section. Is there any area in there where you're focused, because I can't find it, regarding recruitment to assist with just the overall academic achievement and then also curriculum?
So if you, I'm not sure which document you're looking at, but I'll start with the at a glance. If you're looking at that document, you'll see under, that's in order by goal, and you'll see that as 1.20, recruitment and retention, which focuses with our Human Resources Department in collaboration with our Personnel Commission. And the work that they're doing is to really find the highest quality educators and support staff that do support that academic achievement. You'll also see in that same document, and let me know if you need a second to, you got it? Okay. On that, you'll also see 1.19, which is academic direct student support. This is the support staff at the school site working directly with our students in intervention for academics. That includes each school having a multi-tiered system of supports intervention specialists. This is a teacher on special assignment that is focused on looking at the data of our students and working with the Tier 2 team and Tier 3 interventions. And that is new. So we are currently using recruitment and retention to put those in place at each of our school sites to make sure that we have those academic supports needed for each student.
Thank you. Would that also focus on the curriculum as well in terms of dealing with the academic achievement gap, particularly during COVID?
Yeah, so that's where you see those supplemental instructional materials. We have our core curriculum, which is funded with our base dollars, but beyond that, we need those things to close gaps. And so that is also included in goal number 1. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate it. Next up, we have preliminary budget fiscal year 2023-2024. Ready?
Good evening.
Your mic's not on.
Okay, that's what I'm. Better now?
There you go.
There. Good evening, Superintendent Ariano, Dr. Wyatt, wherever he went, and members of the board, cabinet, and members of the audience. I'm here to present our preliminary budget for fiscal year 23-24. Okay, tonight's presentation will include an overview of the state budget update. We will look at budget assumptions as well as our multi-year projections through fiscal years 25-26, and finally we'll review the budget calendar. Okay, so we're going to go over some highlights from the state budget update at the Governor's May revision. The Governor's May Revise is a pivotal tool that helps us to shape our budget for the next fiscal year. As you can see, there were several highlights from the Governor's May revision. Most notably, the state is experiencing a state deficit. The deficit was expected to be $22.5 billion in January, and it has risen to $31.5 billion in the Governor's May revision. The governor has proposed an increase in our funded COLA from 8.13% at his January budget to 8.22% at the May revision. There were some additional reductions in one-time block grants to help close the deficit at the state, most notably a reduction to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant of 32%, which would be a loss of $27.5 million to San Bernardino City Unified, and a proposed reduction of 50% to the Arts, Music, Instructional Materials Block Grant, which would be a loss of $13.2 million. Fortunately, the governor's proposed budget did continue to fully fund Expanded Learning Opportunities program, and so we should not see a decrease in that funding source.
Just a question on the maybe no, don't know, but on the deficit of $22 billion, was that money offset by the rating day fund? How much money is in the rating day fund?
Yes, answer yes. This money governor's going to banking on the rainy day reserve money he has. So this deficit will not affect any other than one-time grant programs, as you heard, art, music, and emergency block grant.
Do you know how much money ended up being in the rainy day fund?
Do you remember? I don't remember exactly. I think I don't remember that number.
I think it's pretty substantial because when the years were good, they were putting in a whole bunch in there. So
you're correct. It's very substantial money, and that's what governor felt good with his plan that this money can be covered drawn from the rainy day fund.
If you guys could, it'd be good to hear how much is in that fund.
We'll give you the Friday update.
Thank you very much.
Then just a final point on this page is that these are all proposals that still need to pass through both the Senate and Assembly by June 15th. So the governor and both houses have all agreed that they will fully fund the 8.22% COLA, and they will all maintain the funding for Expanded Learning Opportunities program. However, the Senate and Assembly do differ from the governor in how to make up the $32 billion shortfall. And the Senate and the Assembly have not indicated that they will support the level of cuts to the block grants that the governor has proposed. So we will wait till after June 15th and come back with a 45-day budget revision if there are major changes to the proposal.
A couple of questions before we move forward. So I think the first one is it'd be Ms. Ceballos.
Just really briefly, what does that look like for us? Just if you can provide a couple examples in terms of the learning recovery. What did we implement, and what would that mean for us, and as well as the arts and music?
So the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is $86 million if fully funded. It does not expire until 27-28. We do have some items in the 23-24 budget utilizing that particular resource. However, we have not planned for full expenditures just because we know there may be reductions. Like I said, it'd be about a $27.5 million loss if the governor's proposal is accepted and put into legislation. The Arts, Music, Instructional Material Grant is $26 million if fully funded. The plan is to use that for textbooks in 24-25 when we have textbook adoptions, and it will be fully expended on textbooks.
So the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant, what is that? We are utilizing some of that this year, right? So what program specifically did we fund with that money, or,
So the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant is funding additional staffing. It's specific to learning loss mitigation.
Does that include like summer school?
It's not summer school for this next fiscal year. It's additional staff at the school sites during the regular school year.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I can help in general because we have so much ESSER money. Even with these cuts, they're not going to be a big deal this year. So they can say whatever cuts they're going to make this year. It doesn't really matter to us because we have so much money in the ESSER money that we have to expend, right?
You're correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, the next slide reviews the budget assumptions that we used for fiscal year 23-24. As mentioned, we are using the 8.22% COLA for our budget development. We did look at average daily attendance, and pre-COVID, our average daily attendance was about 94%, and we've been far below that, as many districts in the state have been. In 22-23, our ADA, or average daily attendance, was 89.8%, and we're assuming that it will increase to 91% in 23-24.
So I'm going to be covering a couple slides aboard to draw your attentions. Again, this budget was built on Governor's May proposed revised plan. As you know, we call it's a proposed. Nothing is final until Governor's budget adopted by June 15. So what you see on this graph, some trending of our school districts. Our districts are going back prior to the COVID and to present time going forward for next couple of years. If you look at the chart, you going back to 18-19 school year, our enrollment was 48,934. Our enrollment to ADA was 94.21%, as Trish was referring earlier. If you look the chart, the blue bar referring to enrollment, and the gray bar is your attendance. And the numbers in the below on this slide represent the total enrollment and total ADA and the funded ADA plus a ratio. What I'd like to draw your attention is that as you see that the chart, gradually our enrollment going down over the years. Our projected enrollment for next year, 45,511, which is below 460 from this fiscal year to next fiscal year. But our attendance percentage, we're slightly projecting higher. This year we have 89.8%. Next year we are carefully drawing that numbers to 91%. But we believe the numbers will go up. But we're not super optimistic, but we are optimistic, and the numbers gradually go up. But the fact of the matter is we closely review and analyze this enrollment data, how was, what is now, what's going forward, because this is I call enrollment ADA is our bread and butter for our districts, running our operations, particularly we're talking about general fund. So this is carefully we monitor these numbers toward the year. As you heard, the attendance we report we require to file P1, P2, and P annual. Your funding number is P2. So what's the number going to be? That's drive your funding. But we're lucky because of the COVID-19. There was some prior year. We got state gave us a used 19-20 fiscal year ADE number for last 2 years, but going forward that will not be a case anymore. So we are dealing with the real number. What is our enrollment ADE? So I want to draw attention. You can see the chart and you see the graph, and the line is showing is going down. And again, it's not because of San Bernardino City Unified Schools, our enrollment going on. As you heard, nationwide enrollment is going down. Our birth rate is going down. Our migrations also affect our enrollment to our ADA. So I don't want you to say, hey, this is not because of charter school. It's not because of San Bernardino. I think we're doing much better than other community, from my perspective. Continue to the next slide. I will I'll walk you through some multi-year, taking this year number and going forward next 3 years. As you know, governors only plan for 1 year. We are required by law to present 3 years plan, 3 years up. So that's required by law. We have to present the plan based on the governor's May revise and using some projections. Again, these numbers are projected. So what I want to draw your attention to on this slide, to your left, you see current fiscal year, we call it estimated actuals, because our books are not closed yet. Even though we're approaching closing the books, our official books close in August 15. Because after June 30, we process everything. County give us an extended timeline, officially closed by August 15. Then we bring your official report to you around September 15 to approve that final number for current fiscal year. So we're not there yet. So I want to draw your attention, these numbers are subject to change. These are not final numbers. So we did our best projected number, bringing you tonight what should be the number if we close our books. So again, I expect that some of the number will change and will look better than what I'm presenting tonight. So one thing I want to draw your attention, as you can see, I circled some number. The deficit, the number you see, the red and circled, $23.3 million. I call this a structural deficit, is a planned deficit for current fiscal year. I believe this number will change and will look much better, not as high as you see today. That's my projections, but again, I cannot give you that number tonight. But looking at the number, I want to draw your attention also the contributions numbers, the current fiscal year. This number, we have to contribute to our other programs such as special ed. I'll cover that on the slide after this. So driving this number, as you can see, Mr. Tillman spoke earlier during the public comments, our fund balance to your third column, little over $260 million. It seems very high due to the fact we have some large unspent one-time ESSER money. And as you know, ESSER money deadline, Mr. Tillman spoke earlier, September 23rd, which is next beginning of next fiscal year, and the one September 24th. This money is going to continue spend next two fiscal years. We're not quite there yet. So you'll see the healthy ending balance even next year and continue to the following year. So the ending fund balance, as you know, we're required by law 2% reserve. It's required by law. We must sustain that reserve for part of our ending balance. So on this slide, on the current fiscal year, we're $260 million. We have $210,000 our revolving cash. We use for emergency to write the checks for operations need. And we have $174.7 million restricted fund balance. Again, large amount of the money is primarily because of the one-time ESSER funds. And also we have again, you can see the reserve, $21.4 million reserve as a required 2% of total general fund, and which means you combine restricted and unrestricted fund. And we have assigned $63.7 million assigned part of the ending fund balance. To your on this slide to your right, you can see the deficit numbers is lower. And I want to draw your attention to why the numbers is lower than the current fiscal year. We have a ALCOP carryover expenditures that we have to spend current fiscal year. That money we have to spend because we did not spend prior fiscal year. And that is the reason our deficit, we didn't get additional funding, but we have to spend to meet the requirement. So we are projecting deficit for next year, our unrestricted general fund, a little over $9.3 million. And again, we're going to maintain our fiscal solvency. It doesn't jeopardize our fiscal solvency. And we were able to maintain our 2% reserve and also our assigned a little over $52.9 million. As you can see to your right, the restricted column, our restricted ending fund balance is going down, and we expect it to go down because we're spending our one-time funds. And your total ending fund balance, you can see change from $260.1 million to $203.4 million, because we expect money going to expand, and we expect to go down. Any discussion on this slide?
Yeah, Ms. Chahusky?
I have a couple of questions. My first question, what is the 63 million assigned to?
And we will cover in the next slide. We have a slide that we're going to cover. If your board can hold that, and we'll
I can hold that.
we'll-
And then the contributions line is special education?
It's not all the special education. We have a slide to cover that.
Okay, so, because my question is, because it comes in as unrestricted money and then we move it to restricted?
You're correct, because the special ed is a restricted program, so this money represents a large amount of special ed and our routine repair maintenance and others. And we'll cover, there's a slide you have, we're going to cover that.
But, so when you come out with the combined, we're technically not in a deficit spending, because combined, we're still at 67.
Combined,
Well, see, because I'm trying to understand, because we show 90 million at the end of the restricted column for this year, but a negative 23, so 67 is over. So do we need, is it because we're not spending all 79? Like, I'm just trying to figure out why we have to show a deficit there. Do you have to move a specific amount? Can we move less because
let me
not have as much left over in restricted?
Yeah, good point, Mickey, and I'm going to cover that. You would see 79 is a negative number.
Right.
Unrestricted. It goes to the 79 transfer to restricted program. As you know, special ed is a restricted program. Routine repair maintenance is a special restricted program. So we have to transfer that money to support our operating costs of the program. So it's like you're
But
moving.
it's not restricted till we move it.
The program is restricted. The money that we receive from the state is not enough to cover. It's a deficit. So we have to cover the deficit. Deficit to the.
So do we move all of it up front, or do we move it as we need it?
We move the money as you plan. Not you don't wait until
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to restrict money that we didn't need to restrict and then end up not being able to unrestrict it.
Yeah, we have everything is a plan.
Okay.
So you cannot just wait when you need it. You have to build that to cover the deficit. And we'll cover that in a little more detail the slide we have to go over the detailed numbers.
Yeah, so Mohammed, just help me with this because it doesn't make any sense to me. I know what the revenues are. I know what the beginning fund balance is. The revenues is the money that's coming in this year, right? The expenditures are the amount of money that you expect to expend.
That's correct.
This contribution under the unrestricted, is that you're saying you're taking $79 million from the unrestricted account and you're going to move it to the restricted account?
You're correct.
But my question is, that's the same question Mickey had. Why would you do that?
If you don't do that, you will not be able to support the operating cost of the programs.
But I guess the part that doesn't make sense is you're showing that you're going to have an ending fund balance of $174 million in the restricted column. So my question is, if you didn't move the money, you still would have an ending fund balance that is.
I got your point. You cannot just pay Peter to Paul. Let me say what I mean by that. Like example, Title I money. Can I use that Title I money to transfer to support a special ed program? Answer is no.
Oh, so you're saying that because the restricted money is restricted.
You're correct.
That there's not enough in the specific buckets to allow you to pay for what you have to pay for in expenditures.
You're correct.
So therefore, you're moving it from the unrestricted to pay for the areas that you don't have enough money in that area.
You're correct.
Okay. All right. So that and when you end up with that $174 million ending balance, it's in areas that can't be spent
For program under deficit. Answer, you're correct.
But you do have an excess of money in certain areas that could be spent
Spend for that program.
for that program.
Example, I give you Title I. Can I use Title I money to support our cost for special ed? Answer is no. So that bucket could be full.
So let me ask you a question though. Why aren't we spending the Title I money though?
No, I'm just using as example. We're spending the Title I money for Title I, under the Title I rules and guidelines. I cannot draw that money because Title I has the ending fund balance. I cannot use that fund to support the deficit for special ed.
I got that, but I guess I'm trying to figure out why is that number so large? Is it all ESSER money, or is there other areas that we're not spending the money on?
It's a combination. Because Title I, we can carry up to 15%. So at the end of the year, as you know, Title I doesn't follow July-June fiscal year. It's a federal fiscal year. So Title I, at the end of the year, if you did not spend all, you can carry over the ending number to next fiscal year.
Hope Mr. Husky is listening to this conversation because
to be clear, board, because of the restricted, they're different bucket. You cannot use like one bucket is half
that's
empty.
the part I wanted to hear. Yes.
Right. And the other bucket is you still have available ending balance. I cannot use that bucket to cover the special bucket is half empty because of how state funded the special program. It's not something new. We know it's underfunded.
So I think maybe what'll help is maybe you can show us the details and maybe include it in the Friday update.
Yes, we can.
Thank you.
Thank you. So continue to this slide. I'm going to take you to the next slide. They'll show the numbers for next subsequent 2 years. As you heard, we have to present 3 years plan. So 24, 25, the numbers as you see, our beginning balance coming from 23, 24. Again, we are projecting a deficit a little over $14.8 million plan deficit. And I want to draw your attention that you can see your ending fund balance going down, and which is we expect it to go down. Again, because we're spending the money. You ask for money by September 24, that all should be spent. So you can see your ending fund balance 24-25 going down to 138.8, going back to $260 million at end of this fiscal year. So next 2 years, we're spending 100% of our ESSER money and other one-time money. And to your right, you will see projected 25-26, and our ending fund balance, we're projecting a little over $122.2 million. As Mr. Tillman commented earlier, it used to be district general fund operating budget over to, close to $300 million. You remember, I agree with you. That's the time we used to have. So we're gradually going there. We're not there yet because we got large amount of one-time money we received due to COVID, and all this money came last couple of years.
Mr. Islam, I guess my question is, if you look at the 2022-2023 budget, if you look at the revenues, that's why I like to see is, you know, you have a $1.1 billion, which is just amazing. But even after, I'm assuming that in 25, 26, all the ESSER money is gone, right?
Yes.
But you're saying that we're still going to have revenues coming in at $959 million? So even with all the ESSER money gone, we still have almost $1 billion budget now?
Are you referring to 23, 24?
25, 26.
Yeah, so we have, you heard about art, music, and learning recovery grant. Those are the large amount, almost over $100 million together, combined total. And they have the deadline to spend 27, 28 fiscal year.
Some of that money is one-time money too then.
You're correct. And they are built in going forward. So you're correct. Where you're pointing out where is this money coming from? We all have a new one-time money governance part of the plan, And you heard earlier, Trish, that the governor planned to cut those two programs. So we built into.
But they haven't been cut. If they are cut, it'll be reflected in this budget.
If in fact, if the governance plan goes through the legislative approval and June 15 adoptions, we have to adjust our number.
Gotcha.
We're not adjusting right now. We believe that may not happen.
That makes more sense. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I will say, this is totally counterintuitive to me, because usually if you see the enrollment going down the way it is, we'd be in a crisis and looking at cuts.
Correct.
It's just weird seeing the line going down that steeply, but somehow we still have more money.
You're correct. But again, this is all one-time money, and over the years, the money, again, with the deadline, and you heard no extensions, we're forced to spend the money over the next 2 years.
Thank you.
Should I continue? No, go ahead. So I'll have Trish cover a couple slides, and we can go back. I'll come back.
Thank you. Okay, so this pie chart shows combined general fund revenues by source. And the main takeaway here is that 63% of our revenues are received from LCFF sources. So you can see the LCFF is the dark blue and the orange. The orange is the supplemental concentration funding. And then this next slide goes over general fund expenditures by category. This is combined general fund. What you can see from this slide is that labor costs are 65% of total expenditures for the combined general fund. When we look at just the unrestricted expenditures, labor costs would exceed 78% of total expenditures. So this is just really a snapshot of where we spend our dollars here in San Bernardino. So the question was asked previously about what makes up that assigned amount in the previous slide. And this chart shows what makes up the assigned amount. So this is a breakdown of our general fund components of the ending fund balance. So if we start at the top in 22-23, when we talked about the $260 million ending fund balance, you can see again that $174.7 million of that is restricted. And then we have the $210,000 for revolving cash, the required 2% of $21.4 million. And then that $63 million from the previous slide is broken down into textbooks, $16.8 million. Athletic strategic plan is $20.7 million. And reserve for deficit spending is $26.1 million. And that's the breakdown for 22-23. And then if you look in the out years, it breaks down for each amount for that assigned balance. You have a question, Mr. Tillman?
Ms. Alexander, then Mr. Tillman.
Sorry.
Ms. Chahusky.
Sorry. And it's more for general understanding. The funding, is it distributed across the board in terms of K through 12, recognizing that it's based on the population of those schools? So is it equitable in terms of the distribution?
It depends what the funding is. So some of our funding is restricted and it's targeted to specific schools or specific students. And so, for example, supplemental concentration funding is specifically for those unduplicated students. But the base funding that doesn't have targets assigned to it or a specific purpose can be used equitably throughout the district.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be clear, your LCFF is the base funding, and you have supplemental concentrations. As Mr. Tillman commented earlier, LCFF is more gradually looks like I don't call myself local control anymore. It's like a legislature's control funding. It's moving that direction. Many of us remember categorical programs. It's like you see more education bill, trailer bill coming in, enforcing us how to spend money. So where's the local control? So we need to watch it, how things are going to play going forward.
All right, Mr. Tillman.
And I think it'd be good, the board used to get, and you'll get the entire budget, but I also think we should send out the list of all the funds. because you'll be surprised to know, a lot of times you get this presentation, you think this is totality of all the district's money, but it's not. Because you have other funds like building funds and maintenance funds.
You're correct.
That are not in here. So I don't know what the total amount of all those funds are. What is it? Do you know what it is? It's a lot.
I don't have the number, but Mr. Tillman, we are going to present this to on the next agenda, next board.
Yeah, but I have new board members. I want you to know this is not all of the money. There's more money other than just this.
And I'd like to give as a board as a Friday update prior to next meeting to tell you combined total what Mr. Tillman is referring to. This is our main general fund, is our main operating fund. Other funds, child development, adult education, cafeteria, those are restricted programs. Our money is spent, but you're correct. We can show you the total for all fund for the districts, yes. And I'd like to share that, give you as a Friday update so you can see what is the district total operating fund for all programs.
It is important as board members to get a real feel for where the money is because it impacts people and our students. And it is real money. Sometimes people see it as just a number on a paper. Because I worked in the treasurer's office from 90 to 2005, I actually saw the actual money. We invested the money that wasn't being spent. So it is money. I mean, and you could call right now and say how much money is in the school district's general fund account. I called about 6 months ago just to get a feel for how much money is sitting there. It was like, I don't know, some crazy number, 300 something million or 600 million. It was just a crazy number. So that's real money sitting there that's being used for our students. So I just think it's important. We used to get a sheet that showed all the funds. We need to make sure we get that so that you as board members have a good feel for all the money in the district.
Yes, you will. And the book we're going to present to you prior to adoptions, it will have an all fund because we're required board adoption, not only general fund, all fund. And make sure every fund sustain the fiscal solvency. We cannot just present a fund and running deficit. So that is another we have to look at, make sure they're operating under no deficit. So you will be getting the page shows all fund and what's the operating amount and total. And you'll be getting the book prior to the board meeting.
Mr. Husky?
Thank you. Earlier, we were talking about the reduction to the AIM grant, and you said that probably $13 million that we were going to get would be used for textbooks and that would be a restricted fund, correct? So we're going to spend under the assigned and the unrestricted. There's another 16.8 million. So the plan is actually to spend 29 million on textbooks this year and next year?
So the $16.8 million is not going to be touched until 24-25 when we have the textbook adoption. The textbook adoption is actually more than the arts, music, instructional material grant. And so the reserve here is to cover the additional costs for a textbook adoption.
So that 16.8 is just going to carry over for 2 years until 24-25. Is that the plan, that we're just going to carry it on the books?
Yep.
And then spend the 13 million on top of that?
It's actually 26 million we plan on spending on top of that, but yes.
So, okay. So if they do, well, they're doing the cut this year. So the assumption is that because the cut would be for the 23-24 school years, it would be 13 million.
Right.
And then that would just be held in restricted?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then assuming another 13 to 26 million in 24-25.
Correct.
Okay. And then another 16 million on top of that.
Correct. So 24-25, all of those, the restricted balances plus the assigned textbook will be exhausted at the end of 24-25.
So ultimately, we're spending $42 million on textbooks.
Correct.
But the fact of the matter, art and music, again, it's a one-time money. So we are set aside our general fund money to buy a textbook adoption. State doesn't funded any adoptions at all. So the state just saying, again, district is a choice. For educational purposes, we do want to adopt our new textbooks as every 7-year cycle, math, science, and others. So it's an investment for our children. But the fact of the matter, we need to find if art, music block grant is not available, if a board desire to do adoptions, we have to find the money from general fund to set aside for the adoptions. So you cannot bank on one-time money to do your adoptions. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, but the arts and music grant's ongoing. It's not just a one-time.
No, it's a
grant.
one-time.
So it is ongoing. We'd get 13 million next year.
No, it's just one time. We're just holding it in fund balance.
Is it?
So the grant was just one-time funded out of the initiative, was just a one-time funding for arts. Music.
Correct. And you may be thinking of Prop 28, Mr. Husky, which
Right.
is ongoing.
Okay.
And that is also for arts and music.
Right.
We don't have that in budget. It hasn't been identified as the amount that we'll receive, and there's still some things that need to get ironed out. So you may be thinking of that for ongoing funding, but the arts, music, instructional materials grant was one time in 22-23.
Okay. So they're funding it retro?
They may possibly be
Or cutting it?
correct.
They
Cutting it
funded
retro.
Now they're cutting. They're
Correct.
Taking some of it back.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's helpful.
All righty, let's move on.
Okay.
Maybe wrap it up if we can.
So this slide, as a board, you bring a concern. Where is this restricted money? As you can see, this slide, we went back to 2021 fiscal year, and last 2 fiscal year, current fiscal year, and going forward next 3 fiscal year. As you can see, the special ed number, now it was a $47.1 million contributions from unrestricted general fund to support our special ed program. And going forward, and you can see current fiscal year, we are projecting $50.7 million contributions, and subsequent years, you see numbers are going up. As you know, this is a cost of doing business, everything going up every year. So we expected 26 fiscal year, our contributions will be for a special program a little over $66 million. So other category under contributions, our routine repair maintenance is required to keep our schools maintained, because our schools are aged and require a lot of maintenance. And we're required by law that 3% general fund money you have to set aside to maintain our schools and campuses, buildings, you name it. So our estimated contributions for routine repair maintenance of 3%, a little over $28 million current fiscal year. And numbers is slightly increased because of our total general fund operating budget, 3% of total general fund operating budget. So 25, 26, you see a little over $30 million. The next category we have under contributions, this is negotiated. Our classified employees, their advanced degree stipend. So went to negotiations. So current fiscal year, we have close to $1 million contributions to support that plan. And going forward, 1.2, we're projecting 1.2 next subsequent 3 years. Again, this is negotiated, and it is our commitment for our classified employees. Those are pursuing their advanced degree, and we're going to pay for a stipend. So as you can see, $66.7 million earlier slide, the contributions. This is the breakdown of the contributions. I think, Mickey, you were referring to that number. This is the breakdown. Go ahead, cover this.
Finally, this is the budget cycle. We will be asking the board for approval of our budget at the June 20th board meeting. Then we will start the new year and come back in September after we close the books for 22-23.
One thing I must share with the board tonight, anything's happened by June 15 or by June 30 to the adoptions, we're required by law to bring back to you 45 days budget revisions. We have to bring back to you as a board to revise our adopted budget, which you will adopt on June 20th. So at present time, we're open for any discussion.
Mohammed, can I just make a comment and see if we agree with this? So just to make sure, the multi-year projection, the numbers that we have in the multi-year projection still do not reflect any of the agreements that we might be making with our union partners in the out years, right? So
You're correct.
So a lot of that reserve or unencumbered funds could be and will be eaten up in each one of those years as we reach tentative agreements. Is that correct?
You're correct. And that's the reason I draw your attention to, we have to closely monitor our deficit spending plan. We must, because the fiscal solvency is our responsibility to sustain our fiscal solvency, not only current fiscal year, subsequent to fiscal year. So that is a part of the plan we are presenting tonight, saying we will sustain fiscal solvency, but keeping in mind we're counting on your savings account, meaning one-time ending fund balance coming from prior fiscal year. The savings account will not sustain too long going forward, so we have to closely monitor.
But that statement wasn't totally accurate, though.
I'm sorry?
That statement wasn't totally accurate, because the numbers he's talking about are reflected in the numbers you gave us tonight.
The numbers reflect is not built in salary negotiations, or the superintendent was referring to.
There are line items in here that just say stuff like assigned, but assigned to what? That money could be used for that.
You're correct. That's why we.
If the board so wish, correct.
But my point is, so there is. You said, is there money built into this for that? And there is. I mean, you could agree on pay raises, and it's been accounted for in this document already.
So
the document accounts for the new funds that have come in, but it doesn't yet reflect the expenditures that will increase based on the salary increase.
There are items in the document that don't say exactly what it's used for, but it could be used for that. Yeah. But that's a whole lot different than saying that this document does not have room for additional costs to be spent on salaries per se.
Oh no, that was not my statement, President Tillman. My point, or Vice President Tillman, my point is the expenditure line, once we reach tentative agreements with our labor partners, the expenditure line will increase because the costs will increase, right? Because salaries will increase. That was my point.
Mr. Tillman, you're absolutely correct, and Superintendent is also correct. You see the $26 million we call the reserve for deficit spending. So yes, there's money not in the line item budget where we're referring to until we go to the negotiation process. It is there, can be drawn for that purposes.
Right.
I hope I answer.
Yeah, I have my light on for something else. And I wanted to thank Mr. Islam. I mean, we had Mr. Sullivan left, and with all this money to be spent, you provided great leadership, and your expertise has been fabulous and spot on. And I hope you guys are working on doing a smooth transition with our new chief business officer, and you don't have to leave right away. I'm sure we got some money in this line item where we can pay you to do the smooth transition. But I really appreciate the work that you've done. Has been huge. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your support, board. And thank you.
Great presentation and good questions from the board. And we'll move on to 8.4, Campus Security Officer presentation. Mr. Ariano.
Thank you, President Wyatt. At the last board meeting, the members of the Board of Education had requested to get a few responses related to some of the issues that were raised by our campus security officers. So at that last meeting, the board wanted information on what is our current formula of staffing CSOs at the school site, what type of gear and equipment do we provide our employees, what were the injuries that have been suffered or endured by our campus security guards over the last couple of years, and what type of training our officers may be receiving. And then finally, there was the question about the late start and how that was affecting. And I know Marcus will give us an update on an MOU that we reached to a good solution. So I asked Chief Paulino to give us some information on some of those questions. And I know a lot of the details were provided in the Friday update, but nonetheless, to honor the request, we're here tonight. So Chief, I'll turn it over to you.
Ariano, thank you. It's good to be here with you, board, and to present this update on our CSOs. You know that our CSOs are a part of a program to provide safe and orderly environment for our campus. So of course, we hold them dearly in terms of their work. Next slide, please. Board, on this slide, you'll find the deployment of CSOs across our district. On that first line, you'll find 6 CSOs, 1, as well as 1 CSO2 per high school. On the second line is 2 CSO1 per middle school. And of course, 1 CSO at supplemental sites across our district. Prime example, the Board of Ed, our PDC, which is our Professional Development Center, San Andreas, Sierra, Pacuma, as well as Richardson. Of course, that last line is proposed CSO for Rodriguez Prep, as well as 3 additional to be able to be deployed across our district as needed. Next slide, please. And of course, board, you asked for this slide in terms of injuries. From 2021 to 2023, we had 22 injuries across our district to our CSOs. Of course, we work closely with our risk management, Jeff Haynes, to be able to mitigate any issues that may come up utilizing training, maybe medical response or other resources that we may find that can be utilized to mitigate any injuries to our CSOs. Next slide, please. Of course, board, you'll find here a list of items in support of the uniform that we issued to our CSOs. Of course, in the last 2 items, Narcan is an item that you have to be trained on. So of course, if you're not trained, we don't issue that item, as well as our OC spray. Once a CSO is trained, they issue those items that requires additional training. So you have a list of all items that we issue to our CSOs to be able to complement the uniform that they wear every day. Next slide, please. Of course, board, we're an entity that believes in making sure that we're highly trained. So of course, you'll see the aggressive training that we provided the summer session of 2022. And of course, a variety of things all the way from OC to Discipline 101, understanding discipline and the discipline process within the district. Of course, there are resources and support for victims of crimes or sexual assaults, as well as them taking care of your needs, which is pretty much mental health, stress health that we provide for our CSO. Of course, in winter session of 2022, you'll find the Narcan training that we provided, as well as in promoting them school success through positive school relationship. Of course, support for our African-American students, which we believe is important information for our CSO. Board, today we started this year's summer session at Chavez Middle School. And our superintendent was one of our speakers today, speaking in front of our CSOs. And of course, you'll see there the aggressive agenda for their training. And of course, OC is also mentioned. However, today we started off with crisis and prevention intervention training, CPI for those of us in this system, and we'll continue the next 2 days with crucial conversation for our CSOs. Next slide, please. Dr. Funche.
Thank you, Chief and Board. I did have an update on the late start schedules following the May 16th board meeting, where you did get a chance to hear from some of our campus security officers about their concern for the schedules that were being negotiated for late start. It was the district's interest at that time to have one schedule so that when coverage concerns arise, we would be able to continue to shift personnel where we needed them. However, listening to those concerns, going back to the table with CSEA's negotiating team, working alongside or working with Mauricio Arellano, our superintendent, we went back to the table and hashed out two different schedules. So middle school will be 7:30 to 3:30, and high school will be 8 o'clock to 4 p.m., and they will be inclusive of lunch. And that addresses the concern some of our CSOs had and some of our employees about safety on campus. So not having CSOs depart and leaving CSOs where they feel like things weren't covered from a safety standpoint. And so just to also continue to support our CSOs, should we need to rotate them based on coverage needs for the day, we would compensate them for 30 minutes of overtime just to make sure that we had them there in the time needed, whether that's before or after their regularly scheduled time. And then also our rotations for coverage, should we have to move them, will be done in an equitable manner. So we went back to the table with CSEA and we hashed out some language that would work for or to address the concerns that were presented at the May 16th board meeting. And that's where we are now. We have a tentative agreement. And so CSEA is going through their 610 process now with that.
And Board, in regards to our radio, we're working in coordination with our safety office to be able to move our repeater to the county tower, which will help with the range that our radios have across our district. Of course, that infrastructure assessment will be a cost of about $300,000 to be able to do it across our system, which will help with them increasing the range of our radios across our district. Next slide, please. Of course, Board, thank you very much. That ends my presentation.
All righty, Mr. Tillman.
You know, I know during this process I got some calls from people, but the schedule, I don't, understand the schedule. I know, is it an 8-hour day?
It is an 8-hour day, inclusive of lunch.
So I work for the county, and I know if you start at 7:30, the 8-hour day ends at 4:30 with an hour lunch. If you start at 8, it goes to 8 to 5 with an hour lunch. So I don't understand the 7:30 to 3:30.
30 would be 8 hours, and the lunch is just on-duty lunch. They can have their lunch and still be compensated for that time.
Because it's not set, then we allow them
Correct.
to have their. So really, what you're saying is they get a lunch.
8-hour day.
But no, I'm saying, but you really would say they're getting a lunch after 3:30.
Or their lunch would be taken during the workday. During that workday, within those 8 hours, they have time to take a lunch, sit down, enjoy their lunch, inclusive of that work.
I thought lunches weren't paid for.
So it is right now. It's negotiated that way, and it's been that way for some time, inclusive of lunch.
If it's an 8-hour day, it would really
Correct.
say 7:30 to 4:30, right?
Typically, it is that way. In this case, lunch is included in that 8-hour workday.
All right.
Okay.
Ms. Ceballos?
Thank you so much. Just really one question that I had. I wanted I think it's your third page for campus security, the formulas used. This doesn't really tell me how you came up with these numbers. It just tells me what the numbers are. So I was more curious around the formula that got us to have these numbers. Like, how did we determine, 6 CSOs per high school? How did we determine 2 CSOs per middle school? Like, what was the rationale?
Thank you for that question. So remember, the question was, what is the formula that's in place? This is the formula that's in place, and really what it was is just an equitable formula, right? It didn't take into consideration size of the school, a number of students, geographic makeup. It was just a boilerplate. Everybody gets this. If you're at high school, everybody gets it. That's what's in place now. So we knew this question was coming. So one of the conversations that Chief and I and Cabinet have been having since that presentation is how can we work to assign campus security monitors to address the differences, because we have some schools that are smaller in terms of density of students, and we have some schools that are higher with density of students, right? But then we might have some schools that have different geographic necessities, like you look at Pacific and the hills and the homeless and a lot of things. So we're going to work together as a team to try to figure out how we can change what I'm calling the cookie cutter formula and do it more equity-based and necessity-based for our schools, which is what we were being challenged with by our teammates, right? Is how can we do it a little different than just saying high school gets this, middle school gets that. Let's deal with the details of the necessity of school. So that's the challenge that we're going to be working moving forward. But this was just to answer the question, what is the formula now in place?
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that response. Also, I hope that part of that conversation is, in addition to the things that you mentioned, also looking at data such as suspension rates and fight outbreaks and things like that. Thank you.
Ms. Alexander?
Just had a couple questions, and it's just for clarification and understanding. What's the difference in a CSO2 versus a CSO1 in terms of their statement of work?
The CSO2 is a team leader, so he works alongside the administrator to be able to direct the team. Of CSO that's assigned to a high school.
And is there any reason why it's just a CSO2 would be at a high school versus a middle school?
Yeah, definitely, Ms. Alexander, and the sheer number of bodies displaced in high school to help the administrator be able to direct all of them.
Thank you, Chief Polino. One more question. So the number of injuries, it says 22 total injuries. Do we know what kind? And the only reason I'm asking is because when the CSO team came and they were expressing their concerns and their experiences, they didn't really go into a description. I think 2 gave some examples. So I was just wondering what kind of injuries did we identify?
An example of injuries reported was head injuries, maybe knee injury, injuries to the toe, et cetera.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure did we not include a list of the injuries in a Friday update?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
So we'll find that for you because I think it shares the exact type of injury.
I can go back and look
Okay,
at it.
I'll be happy to get it for you. It'll be easier to find.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say thank you for putting this together because when they came, they were very expressive and concerned, which they should be. I mean, they're there to protect our students and want to make sure that we take care of them as well. So hopefully, based on the feedback that was received and then based on this analysis, maybe there's an opportunity to invest and increase our staffing to make sure that they have the proper support and protection as well. And then the last thing is regarding their lunch. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe there's opportunity there because I think they should be able to take lunch if they can. Just saying. I like to protect them there.
Just thank you for those comments. I appreciate that very much. So I did have an opportunity to meet with CSOs today during a training. And so it was important for me to be before them and validate that we had heard them and let them know that tonight we were going to be sharing this information, and also to let them know that we are looking at a different type of formula-based assignment. So they were appreciative. They felt like they were heard and that's being taken serious. We did announce to them that we immediately jumped on the concern about the radios. And in Cabinet, we approved that funding to make sure that we add repeaters, to make sure there isn't a break in the lines of communication, especially during a safety situation, right? So they were very appreciative. So.
Ms. Chahusky?
First question is, where are we on hiring? Are we fully staffed at CSOs?
So as of last week, Friday, there were 12 vacancies from what Chief reported. There were 7 of those 12 vacancies. There were 7 in background process, meaning right now going through the background process, making sure that everything checks out. I'll leave it at that. So we feel good about those 7. That leaves 5 more vacancies that are currently being recruited for by the Personnel Commission. And when I checked with Irma Garcia, there were a little over 30 candidates that were going through the testing process and the agility test, which happened just the day before yesterday. So we feel good about where we are with filling those positions by the start of the school year. That's what our goal is, to make sure that we're fully staffed by the start of the 23-24 school year.
And is this a 10-month position? Because August through June, or is it?
I don't know, can you hear me? So we have several. So most CSO 1s are 9-month. Our CSO 2s, as well as we have a CSO hybrid, which is also our bike mechanic, are 11-month positions.
Well, with 30 candidates, I'm guessing that then the 9-month is not an impediment to getting qualified candidates?
We're seeing an uptick in people applying. There was a time there where we get 4 people applying. 30 is a lot for us right now, which is fantastic because we haven't had a whole lot of people interview. So we're positive. And we also did 11 interviews 3 weeks ago. And it was a tremendous turnout, much better than we've had in the past. So
thank you.
There's an ongoing recruitment online for that. And so we also plan to have a recruitment event in July for this position and instructional.
All right, Vice President Tillman.
So on the line, it says proposed 1 CSO for Rodriguez and 3 for Rover positions. What does that mean? Are we going to do it, or what's happening?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
So we're going to add an extra 3 positions, and so if someone's out, we'll have we do the resident subs. So it better be district wide. They'll be assigned to a school based on who's out.
And Mr. Tillman, exactly what you just have stated is what's going to occur. Yeah.
And have we hired those folks yet?
Actually, they're in the process of being hired.
Perfect. So
Yeah.
we are getting 3 additional positions.
Yes, sir.
I want to make sure, and we're getting the one for Rodriguez also.
Yes, sir.
So we got 4 additional positions. All right, thank you.
All righty, thank you, Chief, for the presentation. We'll move on to 9.0, Board Policy Bylaws Discussion, first reading. 9.1, revision to Board Bylaw 9250, remuneration, that's a tough one, reimbursement and other benefits. So we'll have a discussion on this, and then we'll talk about accepting it as a first reading.
We just vote on it tonight? If the board
If we agree to that, yes.
I don't see any lights on. So moved.
Second.
Kind of discussion. It's been moved and properly second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you voting on it as a first reading or to adopt it?
Adopt it.
Would
To
you like-
adopt it.
Do you want me to do that reading on that and amend it, or?
Yeah, please.
All right, be it resolved, the Board of Education approves bylaw 9250, remuneration, reimbursement, and other benefits as drafted.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, let's go ahead and vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 10.0, reports and comments. 10.1, board member comments. We'll be starting off with the Vice President Tillman, then moving to his left.
No comment, thank you.
Great report. Thank you, Mr. Tillman. Ms. Cevallos?
So just very quickly, because I know it's late, just want to congratulate all the graduates. Great graduation ceremonies that I've attended. And I just want to ask if maybe I can be provided with some information regarding if we can, if I know that in the past we've talked about clubs like baile folklorico and mariachi and things like that. If I could just get an update on what schools are offering what, just for my knowledge. And then in addition to that, if I can also get an update on a list of DLAC representatives. So how many school sites this past year, past 2 years, had DLAC representatives that were attending, or DLAC representatives that were attending the DLAC meetings. If I can also get an update on that. And then, so a lot of my questions, I asked them before I came here. They were regarding some of my previous comments regarding the Swiss department and the programs that are being ran, and just additional information with like counselors and how school sites are being supported. And so I'm just kind of, asking that again. And then also I came across, apparently there had been a survey about 5 years ago that was administered, and I can't remember the name of it. I wrote it down somewhere. No, it starts with an H. So again, I'm going to go through my notes and I'll let you guys know. Hatching survey results. If maybe we can get, kind of look back and see, again, it was about 5 years ago that survey had been administered. If we can like dig that information up and maybe, provide the results of that information, I'd really appreciate that. And I think that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ceballos. Ms. Chahusky?
I'd also like to say congratulations to all of our graduates and to our staffs on a very successful year and some wonderful graduation ceremonies. I was able to attend about 5 of them, and it was just really rewarding, and got to see 2 students that I worked with, Tyler Fan and Gabriel, as salutatorians. And so that was a nice surprise, and I was really honored for them. Also, I was able to attend the Monty Awards that SBTA held, and our Mary Ellen was honored for her retirement, so that was kind of exciting. Myra Scott and I went to the CSBA Delegate Assembly, and they had a lot of conversation about late start, which was really kind of interesting to us because we haven't started yet. So it was just kind of interesting to hear pros and cons for what other people experienced, including transportation issues, athletics issues, 0 period issues. So it'll be interesting to see as we move forward where that rings off. We had 2 successful events that I was able to attend, honoring our students who completed youth court and our volunteers and our athletes of the year. And that was pretty wonderful. A couple of requests. Oh, one other thing before my request. I ran into some folks today who, and I didn't want to say it during public comment, but who also complimented us through me on our Pride event. They attended. They could not believe, that we had done it and just how wonderful and how well attended it was. And they said that they're looking forward to the second one and hope that we will continue that. I told them that was the plan, and so that was really cool. But just kudos again to the team that put the Pride event on, because folks have come up to me to mention that. 2 kind of things I'd like to talk about, pursue. One, just I would really like to see us put under the safety office a dedicated person on safe routes and some of our activities around safe routes. Weapons continue to kind of be an issue and stuff. A lot of the stuff happens is around our kids' path to and from school. And schools are requesting it, but it's an add-on activity. So there's just not enough time to work with the schools and plan, because the person who's in charge is also doing other work for us. And so it's sort of a catch as catch can. So I'd really like to see if it's possible for us to dedicate someone to our Safe Routes programs with the Safety Office and Safety and Attendance Committee. The second thing is that I've been asked because it has not been agendized. It was not agendized because I asked about it again, and I really again like to have us participate and sponsor in the LEAD conference at Cal State. This year's topic is education and violence in the context of our schools, community safety, and law enforcement. And I just really think, given what we've gone through in our school in North Park, that we really need to be a part of it this year. So I am asking if we could get consensus to get as an agenda item so that we can move forward with sponsorship.
I would support that, because we've always supported in the past.
I don't know what I need to do, because I brought it up last time, and then I asked about it, and I was told that that there was no consensus for it. So
The sponsorship mean.
well, we usually are a sponsor of the LEAD conference. We have in the past been a sponsor of the LEAD conference at Cal State.
The Latinos,
The Latino Education Advocacy Days.
that's through Cal State San Bernardino.
Yeah.
We have in the past, we never agendized before.
Well, I don't know. I've been asking about it, and the last time I asked, I was told that I hadn't.
Well, it should be
agendized
as a consent item, though. I've seen it in the consent items before in previous years.
I don't know how to do it, but I just want to know what to do.
And Mr. Husky, and I'll let Mr. Ariano and I both talk a little bit about it. I did ask him to get more information on this, and we did get a legal opinion from AALRR that he's going to be sharing with us in the upcoming Friday update. Kind of give us a little bit of background, because this has always been a concern of mine as well. Just with consistency, number one, sponsorships, other things that we do as well, and the legal opinion will really give you the information we're kind of looking for. But I know when I talked to Mr. Ariano, my biggest goal was consistency and equity. There seem to be inconsistent practices. There seem to be inequitable practices, in my opinion. Some people would be told yes, some people would be told no, and there's no really criteria. So, I let him know that's what I was looking for. So when we have a process in place, it's a fair process, and we will, agree to it as a board with consensus.
So I'm just asking, because this is in September, so there's not a lot of time, and if we're not agendizing this to July or August, so I'm asking for this particular item to be agendized. So I don't know how I get consensus for this particular item.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Yes.
I'd like to agendize the sponsorship of the LEAD so I can get the LEAD, because yeah, that's all I'm asking for.
Actually, so we will agendize it, Ms. Cunningham, because again, it's not agendized, so we can't really talk about it right
That's
now.
all I was asking for, is
You
this to
got
be
it.
agendized.
You got it.
That's all and then my last thing, and I'm sorry, but you guys were talking, so
Yeah, you got your 30 seconds.
I would
back.
like to close with a moment of silence. We lost another one of our teachers, not unexpectedly, but unexpectedly, Brenda Park. And so I'd really like to, at the end, if we could close with a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Husky, and we'll definitely do that at the end, and maybe you could give me, or if you say the name at the time, we could do it then. All right, Ms. Alexander.
I would like to acknowledge all the graduates. I know I focused on my inspiration on the high school graduates, but we also had middle school graduates as well. And every milestone is an achievement, so wanted to make sure that give proper acknowledgement there. There's a couple events that I had an opportunity to go to. One that is a part of our CAPS program is the Coma Center. They had the Drip Squad. I remember the students came and presented to us. So Marielle and I both were there, and it was absolutely an amazing program. One where I feel like it was more than just a after school or a weekend program. It was part of a curriculum because they had a collaboration, as they explained, with UC Riverside and community partners. So it was extremely impressive. It was a white coat ceremony, and a lot of pride that was instilled in the room, and the kids obviously have learned quite a bit. So I applaud Kimberly Calvin and her staff for putting together such a great program, which I feel like maybe an opportunity for us to go back and acknowledge them. If there's ever an opportunity for the board, the superintendent, assistant superintendent to go check out the program, please do so, because there's a lot of other initiatives that are at play. I had an opportunity to speak at Lancashire Elementary. I believe other board members did that as well. It was extremely fun. It was career day. Did the Mom Mob at Highland Pacific. Also did the Memorial Day service with the city of San Bernardino. If there's opportunities for us to do that, let's try to support the city and like they support us. It would be good. But that service was definitely pretty large. Mickey and I both were there. And lastly, the CAPS program, going back to Acoma Center. So the gentleman that came here today that shared about the Pathfinder program, I would like to learn more about how does a program become a program part of CAP, because it definitely was impressive, but I'm sure there's a process, and for them to come and speak and present in front of public comments, I think for me as a board member, but also for the community to understand how does one get the acknowledgement, and how do we actually make them a part of our Link Learning program or whatever we're considering for them, because it was interesting, but I don't know the process. So that was just something that came to mind. And then I also had an opportunity to go to San Andreas, their Link Learning. I was very impressed with their program, which also another opportunity, if we can highlight our Pathways programs that have the collaboration, because I've noticed there's one with Inland Springs, that they have one with Ben Wong, as well as what's their middle school, Curtis. There's a lot of collaborative Link Learning programs out there that I think maybe we can highlight and feature more. There's some that come to our board meetings, but there's definitely some good programs out there for us. And lastly, happy Safety Awareness Month. Thank you, Chief Polino, to your staff for all that you do. I know we focused a lot on the CSOs and opportunities there, but definitely you keep us protected. We appreciate that. I know at the graduations that I attended, I had the same officers all the time, so we got to know each other really well. They were out there on time and waited till everybody left, which is a big commitment, because I know that was in addition to what they do full time. And then also your website, you've updated it. So I had an opportunity to review all the documents in there, and appreciate just the effort there, because I know there's a lot of questions related to just security in general in the schools. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Rosales Medina.
Great. No, definitely also, I want to say congratulations to all the graduates as well, class of 2023. I also do want to, I also participated and went to the SBTA Monty Retirement Awards Dinner, which was nice to see all those that had put their service within the school district, and it's ranging from 20 years to 30 years, which was amazing to see. And just hearing the teachers talk about other teachers that were receiving recognition, special recognition, the passion that many of our wonderful teachers we have in the school district. So, and of course, congratulations to Mary Ellen as well, who was also recognized there. I did attend the multilingual program reclassification ceremony on May the 20th. They had an amazing program, but not only that, they had a mariachi perform, they had a ballet folklorico. It was great to see, and the excitement of students, the excitement of families at the stadium. Also the LGBTQIA First Pride event, and Governor Newsom did have a representation there. I want to say thank you to the Swiss program, to the Swiss team, as well as many of the educators within our school district, families that went, students that went, even surrounding areas that went to support, and saying how they were just amazed and how supportive the board was, especially in a climate when they see that there's not much support. And so they were just really excited and are setting that example for other school districts. So I just want to say thank you to our board as well. And that's about it. I'm just really excited. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rosales Medina. And excuse me, Ms. Grande, I think Ms. Alexander had one more thing. I apologize.
Thank you. I wanted to also mention that there was a student that passed away from San Andreas who happened to be one of the YWE students. And I appreciate the updates that we are receiving from Superintendent Ariano. But I think that as we close out, maybe there's an opportunity, one, to acknowledge that student, but there was also another student, I think at Sierra, we did give acknowledgement. Maybe there's something we can do for these families to give them recognition, because if I recall my calculation, maybe we had about 3 students that passed away towards the end of the year. So if we could do that, that'd be something to consider. And we can decide what that is, but I would like to see if we can do something like that.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. Ms. Grande?
I do have Ruby Cortinas, who was a staff at Anderson, and she's been around for many, many years. She passed away just a couple weeks ago, too. So, all right. Well, first I want to thank everyone for coming out to the headdress ball. Felicia was there too, and we just took the place over. We just did, and I'm excited to have Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Anna Applegate attend our Assistance League meeting that's coming up, and also invite any of the other ladies listening. And it's a wonderful organization dedicated to children, and so I'm really excited about bringing the spotlight on that. And Felicia is going to be our president next year, so watch out for us. And so congratulations to all of the scholars and the graduations, and actually, of all of them, my favorite was the Oklahoma Unity, and I want to adopt them. Each and every one of them, just a beautiful place. I will pop by to go see how I can help them in the future. I was just, like I said, I'm not afraid of our future at all. I really have no fear when I see who's going to take care of our world. And I also just had a couple of questions, and I wanted to know, I heard a speaker today at the Rotary Club, which I invite all of you to come to speak to us. I think Scott was there, and it was just a wonderful place, and I'm going to see if I can put you all on that calendar to come out and talk. And it's just wonderful. Today we had a speaker that really is passionate and wants to help our school district, or our scholars, our children, get to know the Boy Scouts of America, and they have a great program. They want to help. They want to help students and children. And I said, I don't know. You need to come present and tell us what it is you need from us. And basically, they would like to see maybe do an after-school program or some kind of fair to let people know that they're around and still alive, and they're back and coming back stronger than ever. And as we know, Dr. K, Ellen K, has been a lifelong Boy Scout, Eagle Scout, and now they are allowing girls too. So although it's Boy Scouts, there are girls allowed. So they go camping and everything, and they've done quite a bit of training to bring themselves up to the 21st century. So just throwing that out to you and seeing what our process would be to allow that on campus at CAPS or just at a fair. Also, I did have a question. I didn't know if we have a pathways towards sales, marketing, and communication, because that's the number one thing that employers are asking for now, are people to have soft skills, or they're people to have soft skills too. It's very vital, and that's all we used to have was soft skills. Now we have all the other things, but we cannot forget that component on how to greet people, how to reach people, how to talk to them as if they matter, because they matter. And then the other thing I went to that was very significant is I did attend the groundbreaking for the new Finkelstein Performing Art Theater out there at Crafton Hills College. And I ran into Connie Leva, KVCR, who just retired from the other, and we found out that we both wear Banana Republic jackets. So we took a picture together, and now we're banana friends. So that was exciting. And then also the Performance Center is going to be unbelievable. And next year, after it's built, they're going to start offering a voice acting certificate. I think I'm going to enroll, so I just warning you there. Also, I wanted to know if we have a pathways for film and media too. So that's coming up. These are going to be other careers that I feel our students need to be drawn to. And that's all I have. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Grande. And I'll echo what my colleagues have said about the graduation. They've been phenomenal events and ceremonies and celebrations, and just a lot of fun. Definitely want to thank our staff for putting those together. It's a lot of work. I don't think people realize how much work is put into a graduation ceremony. You know, we go there for a couple hours, seems like a great thing, all done, but it's being planned already now for next year. It really is. And there's so much work that's put into it, you know, to celebrate our kids, celebrate our staff, celebrate our families. So just a huge shout out and thank you to everyone that's been involved with that. And speaking of our class of 2023, I did receive a message in regards to some of our former Work Academy students. For those of you that know what that is, that's Working on Real Careers. So that was a program that we had. And I received a message that 6 of our former Work Academy students have graduated with degrees from Valley College. Yeah, 6 of them. So I think, you know, when we talk about capacity and ability, you know, we should never underestimate anyone, right? We should never underestimate anyone and their ability to succeed in life. And so just want to talk a little bit about some of the certificates that they got and degrees. We had a young man from Samuel High School, Electrical Power Technology. He had an AS, Electronics Technology AS, Electrical Power Technology Certificate, and Electronics Technology Certificate. So 4 different certifications and degrees. Wow. Another student from Samuel High School, I'm not going to say their names because, you know, they're students with IEPs, but Sociology AA, and then Social and Behavioral Sciences AA, and then a CSUGE certification. I have no idea what it is, but it sounds pretty cool. Then we had another student from San Gregorio High School, Food Preparation Certificate, Hospitality Certificate, Restaurant Service Certificate. And another student from Samuel High School, Graphic Design AA, Liberal Arts and Humanities and Fine Arts AA. And then a young lady, Food Preparation Certificate and Restaurant Service Certificate. And then another gentleman from San Gregorio High School, Culinary Arts Certificate and Restaurant Service Certificate. So, you know, our students not just graduate from here, but we prepare them for college and career and their life, and that's what this is all about. So, again, great job to all our staff there. Our work program, which I do miss, I think that's an amazing program. I know we're trying to transition into something else, but I want to give a big shout out to them and Ryan Harsh out there as well, who was a big part of that. I know he's very proud of his students and his staff. So, Marion, yes, your headdress ball is always an amazing event, and you looked absolutely stunning. I just want you to know that. And I was a little disappointed. I got there a little bit late, and I didn't get a picture with you. So, but I know it was quite a fun event. A lot of folks were having a good time out there, and so thank you for that. And Miss Alexander, I know you were a part of it as well. And also to Mickey and Myra, because they were holding down the fort up at CSBA for me. Working very hard. Let me say that, working very hard up there. But now thank you for doing that, because I know it's important that we have representation up there, not just for our district, but also our students and everyone throughout the state. So I appreciate your efforts there. Mr. Ariano, you know, congratulations to you too as our new superintendent for your graduations. You know, I love when you speak from your heart, and I think that's something that's really important. And I had that quote from Manny Pacquiao, right? Speak from your heart, and you do that very eloquently and very well, and it's very sincere. It really is sincere and it's genuine. And I think that's really important and exactly what our district needed. And you've made the celebrations that much more fun and meaningful for me. So thank you.
All right. Well, good evening, everybody. First of all, I just want to say thank you to all the wonderful people today for your presentations and all the hard work that happened behind the scenes. We do appreciate everything that you put forth for us, and we appreciate that you take the tough questions in stride and provide us the information. I've said to the board, questions make us better, right? So I appreciate your positivity and all the hard work, so thank you for that. I had the opportunity to throw the first pitch at the 66er Stadium, and Vice President Tillman put the pressure on me, man. He called me and he said, man, don't embarrass us, don't embarrass me, don't bounce the ball, don't throw it over the catcher's head. So, since we believe in proofs in the pudding, I wanted to make Vice President Tillman very proud of me, so let's roll the film, please.
And that was GFE got.
I appreciate the video. Please note that that was a strike. The catcher never had to move. It was on the money. Vice President Tillman, am I good?
You're way off the mound, though.
And you know, Mr. Vice President Tillman, I think they speeded up the video there. You know, I saw the people in the background moving real fast.
Good throw.
I don't know what that means, but they're all in the background moving really fast.
That was a great throw.
I appreciate
but
that.
I gotta say this, Mr. Arano, I don't know if you know, but Miss Ballentag over there, she threw a pitch out, and I think she got you.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, she
All
really
right.
did.
I'm up for
So,
the challenge.
You
All
know,
right.
so and I didn't get videoed, so I'm a little bit jealous.
Yeah, well, I only believe it if I see it. So, but anyway, thank you guys for just a little bit of humor right now at 11 o'clock. I appreciate y'all. You know, first of all, I just want to congratulate everyone across the district, you know, staff, students, parents, community members, to a successful end to the 22-23 school year. And I think once again, I want to give a special thanks to my colleagues and kudos, Sandra, Anna, and Marcus, you know, for the work that you did holding down the majority of the year and just helping me come in, transition these last 2.5 months. I have felt very supported. I've felt very well taken care of and very much updated on things. So thank you for all you did this year in holding the district together. I want to echo everyone's comments. Our congratulations to our 22-23 graduates, not only at our high schools, but also the ones that we're going to see in the summer and the coming weeks, to our adult education graduates and all of our new citizens that went through that program. Just great accomplishments happening this year. And I also want to thank our high school principals and all of their teams on putting together just some outstanding ceremonies. You know, each high school had their own little unique touch and flair. And so I really appreciated coming back and seeing those individual ceremonies, very special. And, you know, we all did, thanks to everyone who either spoke, came to the graduation ceremonies. You did a great job of motivating the crowd, getting people to stand up and cheer, had some emotional moments with the families, you know, with some of the families whose students regretfully passed away. I think they felt loved. They felt that community sense. So thank you all, board, for all your support during these last couple of months with all the end of the year ceremony. It was a lot of work for all of you as well. So thank you for your participation in that. And you know, I also want to shout out to, you know, some of our city councilmen, Supervisor Baca, Mayor Tran, Gwen Dowdy Rogers, who also took the time to participate as part of our ceremonies. You know, it's really important to have that collaboration and that interlink, as you've heard me talk about. We're in a big part of this San Bernardino Renaissance. We're a big part of it. And so it's really nice to see our two different communities working together for the betterment of our kids and our families. So I do appreciate them. Special shout out to Sam Precy and Kimber here. Sam just finished the School Business Management Certificate Program for USC, and Kimber, I understand, finished the CASBO Management Certificate. So we're very proud of the two of you. Thank you for continuing to build your skill set for the betterment of our district. So we see you, we hear you, and we appreciate you. So, you know, the 2023-24 school year is around the corner. I want to thank the board and everybody in the organization for welcoming me in on April 17th, which is kind of a strange time of the year to come in. Ordinarily, traditionally, a superintendent would come in with some sort of 100-day, 120-day plan to start the year. But given the time frame of where we were and all the different events that were happening, I didn't feel like I wanted to interfere with the calendars of our district and all the different activities that were happening. So I chose to just come in the last month and a half, build relationships, try to create some calm and stability, and just create friendships back again. And so thank you for allowing me to have that time to do that. Having said that, I do want you to know that you will be receiving what I'm calling my 120-day plan. So that means I've added the 20 days that I was already here, right? But I have something called just, relearning SBCUSD with humility, with an open mind and an open heart. So I'll be sharing that with you soon, where we talk about some short-term goals and objectives that I have and some activities that I'll be involved in that now I can start doing now that the school year's over. I have cheated a little bit because I have started on some of these things. I've already started to have some one-on-one meetings with certain folks in the community. I've already been meeting with some community groups, but obviously we'll be putting together a calendar and having a little more well-communicated plan so that I can start working with our constituency. I'll be meeting with department heads. I've been starting to meet with different directors within the organization to kind of understand programs. We're going to be meeting this Thursday and Friday as a cabinet to start setting superintendent objectives about what cabinet is going to look like, feel like, what are our accomplishments. We're going to be looking at student data analysis. Obviously, we're going to be waiting for the upcoming CASP data. So that's going to be real important for us moving forward. But I just want to remind everybody that my job the next several years is we want to build on what was shared as the Vision 2025. And we know that 2025 is around the corner. So we're going to be looking at what the previous administration had put together as our short-term goals leading to 2025. And we together as a cabinet and as a board, we're going to be building what our 2030 multi-year vision is. And so our hope is by January or February of 2024 that we can reveal our multi-year plan that takes us to the year 2030. But in the meantime, we're going to be looking at some of the short-term goals that you and Superintendent Irvin and Cabinet had put together leading up to it. So we're going to be looking at how did we do with those key indicators that you had identified. There were some goals that you had put together a year and a half ago. I think those are important to look at because that'll lead us moving forward. We're going to be looking at your top 10 priorities. I know we've had a little bit of discussion on that, but we also want to know, how deep are we and how committed are we to those top 10 priorities. And of course, the other thing that we're going to be looking at together is the org chart, the organization, the makeup, and deciding, what are positions that we need to be looking at, that we need to add. We talked about, somebody brought up today about safe routes. We're going to be making some of these conclusions moving forward as to what are the positions that we need or what are the hierarchy that we need to make the district move forward. But I agree with my colleagues. I know Sandra, Anna, Marcus over the last, during their tutelage as leading the district, very much agree with their philosophy that we want to put resources at the schools, not necessarily at the district office. So with that also comes a lot of discussion about calibration of services, calibration of programs. Is there duplicity that we can streamline? And so these are a lot of the conversations that now as your superintendent we'll be having together, not only here in open session, but also in cabinet and even providing you information. So I'm very excited at looking at some of those long-term goals and some of those short-term goals. I'll be meeting with the principals for the first time in this, I think we call it ALI. I'm getting to know the acronyms now. I'm in, right? When I know the acronyms, that's when you know you're in. But I'll be sharing with the principals what I've historically, even in my previous district, I had something called superintendent objectives. They were kind of the non-negotiables of my expectations of what high school principals or principals do at the school site. So they'll be able to hear what those objectives are, what kind of support they're going to get from me, because I don't believe giving objectives without support. So they'll get a chance to hear that for the first time when we do our ALI. Then I'm looking forward to our whole management team opportunity on July 20 and 21st, where we have invited Derek Greenfield. He is a consultant that I've worked with for several years in my previous district, setting the tone for inclusive excellence. We heard today from some of our parents about wanting a little more focus on the idea that all means all. Every student is important, and every student deserves the love, care, support that they need to advance. And so Derek is going to come in on the 20th. I hope that you can attend his board. I think you'll love Derek. He's worked with NBA teams. He's worked with NCAA. He's worked with big colleges. The dude is just energetic. I call him, he's my brother from another mother. Love the guy. And I think he's going to create a lot of good energy and set the tone for us moving forward. So I think it doesn't take a robust analysis of the district to understand where we want to go by 2030. Obviously, student academic achievement is important, not only as a whole, but breaking down and looking at our different student groups. I know we have some priorities that we want to meet, and we heard some of those today. Obviously, we want to continue on providing 21st century learning environments and innovation experiences for all of our students, not just at exclusive schools. So it was very good to hear that and see that in our LCAP discussions this last month and a half. Obviously, continuing our attention on physical safety and the social emotional safety of all of our students and our staff, right? But we can't forget our staff. So I'm glad that that's still embedded. And of course, dealing with our inclusive excellence of making sure that all of our students and our parents feel welcome, valued, seen, and have a seat at the table. So And of course, the fifth one being the parent and community engagement. That's important. You guys have done stellar work the last couple of years that I've been watching from afar, and now I'm a part of it. So I'm really excited to do that. So I think you're going to see that there's not going to be a whole lot of wholesale changes to what the board and our fabulous team have been working on the last couple of years. It's just going to be enhancing those items and then identifying a few things that maybe are missing that we need to bring in, such as digital storytelling. You know, movie making was something that we built in my previous district that I think is important for all kids. And then, of course, the buildup of STEAM, innovation, and engineering. So I look forward to this coming several years working with all of you. So thank you, sir. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ariano. We'll move on to 11.0 action items. 11.1.
So moved.
I got to read it there.
Second.
Let me read it. Can't move if I haven't read it yet, but thank you for the energy level there. Approval of personnel report number 20 dated June 6, 2023, which contains actions such as hiring, retirements, resignations, promotions, and terminations.
Presented.
Thank you.
Moved.
It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion or comments? Hearing and seeing none, let's vote. Mr. Arnold went over his 5 minutes anyway. I'll play with it. All right, motion carries. 11.2, approval of education protection account spending plan fiscal year 2023, 2024.
Move.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Alexander, second by Vice President Tillman. Any discussion? All right. Hearing see none, let's vote. Motion carries. 11.3, approval of building fund financial and performance audits or support for fiscal year 2021, 2022, and acceptance.
Moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote. Motion carries. Move on to 11.4, approval of 2022, 2023 school plans for student achievement modifications.
Moved.
It's been moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Alexander. Any discussion? All right, hearing seeing none, let's vote. All right, motion carries. We'll move on to 12.0, consent items. 12.1, approval consent items.
Moved.
Second.
It was moved by Vice President Tillman, second by Ms. Chahusky. Any discussion or items to be pulled?
You have one.
I do have one. Thank you, Vice President Tillman, for watching out for me. I should have turned on my lights, but you got me. 12.30, right? Thank you, sir. So I will pull 12.30. It is a contract with San Diego County Superintendent Schools. I'm an employee of county schools, and it is a paid contract, so I will be recusing myself. We still have to vote on the being amended, so let's go ahead and take a vote. All right, motion carries.
Twelve point 30, renewal agreement with San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and second. Vote, please. Steve, can you get the president, please? He doesn't like when I move forward without him. I go too fast.
All righty, thank you, Vice President Tillman. Let me move myself up here. All right, 13.0, review board requests. 13.1, staff will review items and updates and requests.
Good evening. The first request is from Ms. Chehusky. She is requesting to highlight the story of one of our ICEC success stories like Veronica's in one of our district publications. Ms. Ceballos requested information for the kindergarten student on the number of days suspended and released / not spent in class. Ms. Applegate is to provide information, including the plan and interventions in the Friday update. Mr. Tillman wants to ensure that the district remains on track to spend ESSER funds and that staff receive the items they need. Ms. Grande asked if the district can provide transportation to district enrollment fairs and enrollment events. Mr. Tillman asked, what is the amount of the rainy day fund? Mr. Islam will provide this information in the Friday update. Mr. Tillman requested details of the general fund multi-year projections, and Mr. Islam will provide the details in the Friday update. Ms. Ceballos asked how the CSO formula was determined. Superintendent Arellano responded, and they are currently working to establish and more information is to come. Ms. Ceballos asked for information regarding which schools are offering which clubs, such as ballet, folklorico, mariachi, etc. Ms. Ceballos is asking for an update on site ELAC representatives and how many have been attending the DLAC. Ms. Ceballos would like to be provided the hatching survey results that were administered about 5 years ago. Ms. Chehusky would like to see the district put under the safety office a dedicated person for the Safe Routes program. Ms. Alexander asked for information in the process for a program to become part of CAPS and/or linked learning. Ms. Alexander asked if we could find a way to support families of deceased students. And Ms. Grande asked if we have a pathway for sales, communication, or soft skills. And that was it.
All right, Ms. Chehusky, was there a correction?
Does it need to be reported out that I asked to have the lead item agendized and that I got consent? Because that wasn't in your report.
All right. You good, Ms. Chehusky? All right, and Ken, if you'd like, would you like to lead us in a moment of silence for our teacher, please? Go ahead. And then Ms. Alexander, so we know who they both are by name, and then
Reference to the deceased students, just so we're clear, it was in reference to the students who recently passed away, just to think of what we could do for.
Okay.
I mean, we did acknowledge them at the graduations, but I'm just wondering if there's something we could do, maybe if they'll come to our board meeting to follow up. I don't know, just to consider.
All right, Ms. Chehusky, if you'd like.
Moment of silence for Brenda Park.
Thank you, Ms. Chahusky. All right, folks, so a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Tillman and Ms. Ceballos. Meeting adjourned. Safe travels. Everybody be safe. And thank you again for an amazing year.